Can we settle down? Good morning, colleagues. Stavi, is everybody in? I saw there's media outside. Allow them to enter. In the next 2 minutes, we'll be starting. Good morning once again. I want to take this moment and apologize for starting very late. I think this year we are doing bad as members to calculate traffic. I want to urge all of us, next meeting, if it's physical, let's try to calculate. But it's just unfortunate because the buses that we use, they are also the ones that will arrive late. But allow me to officially declare this meeting opened and say welcome everybody, be it media, the two departments led by the DMs I can see. The two DMs are present with their team, and the DG, welcome. And I want to say compliment to yourselves from my left-hand side. Already on the right, we have met, but on the left-hand side is for the first time, and let me say the committee says compliment for the new year. And we hope that you'll be free and engage with us honestly. Honestly. You must underline that. Allow me to take this opportunity and present the agenda to yourselves. Already you have received the agenda. For those who have access of a display, I guess it will be displayed, but all of you, you've got agendas. I want to move for the adoption of the agenda before I could go any further. I move for the adoption of the agenda. Members, can I get a second? Honorable Radi, full house, thank you. There's no need, Nola, for your record. It's Honorable Radi, Honorable Kobe, Nkosi, and Lelang. They've raised their hand. There's no contrary view. None. In the absence of none, I therefore move to the part of the apologies, where I'll request our Secretariat, Nola, to give us official apologies. I won't expect anyone to raise a hand and make an apology. All apologies must come through to our Secretariat. Nola?
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Members, Honorable DM, and the Honorable DMs, and the DGs, as well as colleagues. We've got a couple of apologies this morning. One from the Honorable DM of the Department of Public Works, who would like to be released before the meeting comes to an end, because he has another commitment to run to. From the Portfolio Committee's side, Honorable Makas, who is an alternate member from the ANC, has also apologized due to a bereavement. We also have an apology from Honorable Thringles, also an alternate member, coming from the ACDP. Then, Chair, there's an apology that was submitted to me in the meeting from the Minister who was attending a cabinet meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Members, there are the apologies. Can I get indication of acceptance of those apologies? Remember, we've got a norm, even from the DM, who's saying must be released early. It's not our style, it's not our culture. And the apology from the Minister, can I give it to yourselves to decide whether you accept or reject by show of hand? Sipo?
Thanks, Chair. Greetings to everyone. I think we must reject this apology. We can't have continuously or recurring apologies. Thank you very much.
Raji?
View. I mean, firstly, we appreciate the fact that the DG is here. He made time to come here and be with us. He did say that he leave before the meeting, so we'll have him here and let's put his input before, and let's make this the last time.
Which DG are you referring to?
Who's the apology from? Who?
DM
DM.
for public service.
No, are you
it's
talking
yourself,
about
DM. It can't be correct. DM Zigalal.
No, that's rejected.
Thank you. Members, can I get indication? When you want to speak in this meeting, you must be recognized by myself. I'm the chairperson of this meeting and I'm not going to be biased. Honorable members, can I get indication that the House says on your side? I'm not gonna open on my left side. Apologies have been rejected without no. Mangosi, you can come in.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. We support the rejection of the apologies. Thank you.
Honorable members, the only apologies that I want to propose you accept, it's two, for the two alternates. They are our members, they are alternate, they are always here. Mama Kasi have got bereavement, Thring is engaged with other committee because it's an alternate actually. It does not even make any impact on our committee. So meaning, let me rephrase and make it clear for recording that we reject the two or the three apologies starting from the Minister, the DMs who wants to be excused early. It seems like our meeting is not important. They want to be excused early. We are not accepting that. They'll live on their own. They've got rights. This is a democratic country. They'll do as they wish, but this is a committee. We've taken a decision. Did I make a proper statement that represent yourselves as a committee? Thank you for recording purpose. Raji, do you have a contrary?
No, Chair, I don't have a contrary view. I just want to make the point that I think we need to record our disappointment as a committee for the absence of the Minister, because the Minister has been repeatedly making comments in the media which reflects his poor understanding of how this committee operates. And I really wanted him to be here today because I wanted him to take us into confidence and take the nation into confidence and tell us whether he has the capacity and the ability to take on this portfolio. Being a young man, not educated thoroughly, with no experience and so on, he's creating a lot of tension and crisis in this department. So maybe I wanted to just ask him whether he thinks in the interest of the nation, of this country, he should just resign. I mean, his utterances about defying the Expropriation Act, for example, signing of that bill, for example. It tells me how little he understands about the portfolio he holds. And he should make it a point that at every one of these meetings, he should be here. Thank you, Chair.
Noted. It's not issue for debate. I guess it has been captured very well. Honorable members, I think I share the same sentiment with Honorable Radi. Now I think, Bath, it's even yourself, maybe you were supposed to have a handover of a last night cocktail party that was hosted by the minister, but he can't attend our meetings. Okay, thank you. I'm not gonna open for debate. We are passing to the next item, which is introduction. I don't know who's talking because on my right-hand side, I don't know who's who. We must start with introduction, then you'll talk later. Who are you to raise a hand? Because you have not yet introduced yourselves. Can I start with Sibande? Introduce yourself, then you'll proceed. While you are introducing, if you've got any matter that you want to raise, you are at liberty to do so. Thank you.
Morning, Chair, honorable members, DMs present. My name is Cesar Sibande, teachers, I'm sorry. My name is Cesar Sibande. I'm coming from Public Works under the Property Management and Trading entity. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to yourself, members of the Portfolio Committee, the Deputy Minister, the DGs and all colleagues. I'm Sihle Zigalala, Deputy Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure. In my introduction, I must say that I take serious the work of the Portfolio Committee. I've tried all my best to avail myself. The apology was based on the fact that there is a cabinet subcommittee on asset that start at 11:30. I take note of the rejection and I respect that. But I would request, Chair, as the chair of the committee, in the programming of the parliamentary programs, that we raise the issue with the leader of government business and the speaker of these meetings that take place at the same time, requiring ministers and deputy ministers at the same time. I think it would be fair, Chair, that this matter be taken up at a level of that strategic committee, which involves the speaker, the leader of government business, because programming must be done in a way that allows us to attend all functions as respected. It's not that I have disrespect of any committee, and I think history can prove that. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you and good morning to members of the Portfolio Committee.
Can we see your face, Madam?
Thank you and good morning to members of the Portfolio Committee. My name is Pinky Kikana, the Deputy Minister of Public Service and Administration. The reason why I was raising my hand is that there are built-up programs on imbizos by departments, pre-SONA activities. All I wanted and requested was to say I must register that so that even when I don't appear there, the committee knows that I asked for recusal and I could not be allowed, so that when I do a no-show, I was here. That's all I requested.
Good morning, Chairperson and honorable members. My name is Yoli Swamakase. I'm the Director General, Department of Public Service and Administration. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members. Compliments for the new year. My name is Fisom Tagana, the DG for Public Works. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members of the committee. DM and fellow colleagues, my name is Dumisane Hlope, DDG at the DPSA. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and DMs, honorable members and colleagues. My name is Oscar Chibase. I'm the Director, Organizational Design of the Public Service in the Department of Public Service and Administration.
Good morning, Chair. Thank you very much. My name is Luke Albert. I am the PLO for Minister McPherson.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members and DMs. My name is Masilaelo Matladi in the Office of the Director General, Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and members, Deputy Ministers, colleagues. My name is Rashad Samuel. I'm Chief Director, Facilities Management within Public Works and Infrastructure.
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members, Deputy Ministers, Directors General. My name is Nielet Mtetwa. I'm the DDG responsible for Real Estate Management Services, Public Works and Infrastructure.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning to the honorable members, DMs, DGs and colleagues. I am Uluyanda Kafile, Deputy Director General, Program Management Office, Public Works and Infrastructure.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, Honorable DMs, DGs, DDGs, and all colleagues. My name is Lennox Mabaso. I'm the Chief Director for Communications at DPWI. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, DMs, DGs, PMTE, colleagues. My name is Batu Mukhotu, DDG for Construction Management, Public Works. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, our Honorable DMs, and the rest of our colleagues. My name is Zandile Ngubeni, and I am from DPSA.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, DMs, colleagues. My name is Tebacho Chokwe, Office of DM Kekana.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, members, Deputy Ministers, DGs, and colleagues. My name is Mandla Stole, CFO in the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you. Those are on my left-hand side. Right at the back of Mahlangu, got new faces that we don't know. Can you introduce yourself? And remember, even the public is allowed to be in our meeting, whether you don't have a title. Introduce yourself. It's
Good
fine.
morning, everyone. My name is Princess. I'm coming from Umkondo Sizwe. I'm an admin. Thank you.
Morning to the Chair and to the House. My name is Mzama Mngili, and I'm a monitor for the Parliamentary Monitoring Group.
Only those that knows they are not members of the committee can introduce themselves.
Good morning, Chair and Ministers and Deputy Ministers. I'm Terence and I'm just a visitor.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members, the DMs, the DGs, DDGs, and colleagues. My name is Msawenkos Kumalo, Office of the DM, Public Works and Infrastructure. Thank you.
Let me introduce myself for the sake of the DPSA. My name is Carol Piri, the Chair of Portfolio Committee of Public Works and Infrastructure. Feel free. There's nothing to bite. It's just that we are following processes, protocols, and procedures of the meetings. On my left-hand side, it's Nola, our secretariat. I'll introduce the support staff. It's Nola, who's our secretariat. On my right-hand side, it's Inez, our researcher. Far right, I've got Khadija, my PA, and Tabi, the assistant. I'll start down there. Lelange, introduce yourself for the sake of the DPSA.
Mandisibulisele kuwe Hlalo, bulise ko sekela ministers, bulise bonke o DG ebabili namhlanje Tata Mtakane no Mama Makhasi. Igama lami ngumluleki Dlelanga, come from the Eastern Cape, member of this portfolio committee. Thank you so much.
Greetings to your good self, Honorable Chairperson, Abu DM abakhona la, my DGs, officials, my colleagues. My name is Namgqibelo Ethel Nkosi. I'm from Mpumalanga, member of this portfolio committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings once more. My name is Sipho Mahlangu. I am the member of this committee deployed by the African National Congress from the province of Mpumalanga.
Morning, colleagues, Chairperson, the DGs, the DMs that are present. My name is Nathi Nxumalo. I represent the Umkhonto Wesizwe Party. I'm from KwaZulu-Natal, Mnambit.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sharon Letlape. I am representing the Economic Freedom Fighters from the Northwest.
Good morning, goeiemorgen, Erik Maree, member of the committee.
Morning, everyone. Edwin McRae Bath from the DA.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Malebo Kobe. I was deployed by Action SA, portfolio committee member.
Ngibingelele kuwe Sihlalo, ngibingelele bonke bakhona ongqongqoshe osekela ngqongqoshe abaqondisi jikelele ku DPSA na ku DPW nabo bonke bakhona. Ngiyabonga gama ngivela eqenjini lomkhonto wesizwe ngivele baqulusini kwaZulu.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Deputy Ministers, DGs, officials present, and colleagues. I'm Vispin Reddy. I'm a member of this committee deployed by Umkhonto Wesizwe Party. Thank you.
Thank you. We all know each other. Can I start with the DM? While you were outside, I thought, I thought to start with the DM of DPSA to give remarks. So that should allow the team to present to us. If you are ready, or you caucus amongst yourself. DM, it can be personal. These are proceedings of the meetings. Feel free. We'll request you to do your opening remarks. You are leading a delegation. The time is yours. DM Kekana.
Thank you very much, Chair. We came in support of DPWI, so the DM will lead.
No, thanks, Chair. I'm with the delegation. DG is here. Both DGs are here. The presentation will be led by Mr. Sibande, who is the head of PMTE. We are here to present on one of the historic, I would say historic in a sense that it has been there for ages. I think the first parliament and the first minister of public works dealt with this issue in 1999. It is the issue of how we optimize on state properties, including the establishment of the PMTE as an entity. So we're here to present on self-sustainability of PMTE, but looking on the state properties, how do we manage them, and how do we ensure that we work with other departments for effective user management of office accommodation. The manner it has evolved, it's like we touch and leave it. It's like one debate. There was once a debate about the city of parliament and the city of government. That must be combined to one. That's one historic issue that started from 1994 till today. It's not resolved. And I hope in this administration and during your tenure as chair, we will be able to resolve this one of self-sustainability in the department, but in government as a whole, when it comes to asset, in particular office accommodation. Mr. Sibande will take us through. I'm sure once it's done, there might be an addition from Deputy Minister or the DG will come in. Thank you.
Sibande, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Once again, good morning to honorable members of the committee, the DMs, and the DGs present, and my colleagues. Chair, as the DM has presented in his opening remarks, that we are here to present our road towards sustainability of the PMTE, which is in short is Property Management and Trading Entity. In short, is called PMTE. Chair, what we are presenting today perhaps is to present another milestone in terms of how we wanted to turn around the entity towards becoming self-sustainable. And that is critical as well because it speaks to the manner in which the state provides accommodation and what strategies and innovations do we provide. Because the core function of our entity is to manage the state immovable asset. We do have a vision as an entity, which is to provide strategic direction and quality services.
Sorry, Sibande.
Yes,
can you try and adjust your mic?
Oh, all right. Is it audible? Thank you. We do have our strategic intent from the vision, mission, strategic goals, and values. From our vision, Chair, of course, is to provide strategic direction and quality service that offer innovative and proactive socio-economic infrastructure delivery and maintenance of public assets. And also our mission, of course, is to become a trusted choice for innovative and asset management and quality infrastructure delivery on a sustained economic growth. And our strategic goals as an entity, yes, of course, is to deliver world-class public infrastructure, provide access to a dignified public infrastructure service, reduce service costs, and ensure efficiency and sustainability. Of course, to respond to issues such as climate change and fight corruption. Our values, we stand for innovation, integrity, motivation, professionalism, accountability, teamwork, and we're also result-driven. Our purpose, of course, as I've alluded earlier on, what is defined as the core mandate of public works, in particular the property management entity, is the management of the state immovable asset. That comes with the responsibility to provide a credible immovable asset register using tools such as the GIS and also interfacing with municipal valuation roles. We also want to provide world-class public facilities through the following branches that operate within PMTE, which is a construction services under CPM, and the facility management called FM, real estate management called RAMS, and the real estate investment. Those are the branches that are operating within that particular group. And of course, we do have our SDG goals. Of course, one is to implement sustainable development goals through the implementation of the CIP 28. We also have a program called the IREP program, which is also trying to foster the implementation of renewable energy and environmental sustainability. We also comply with green policy, green building policy programs. The rationale behind the formation of PMTE, of course, was to ring-fence and focus service delivery through responding to optimizing state property businesses, expedite enhanced service delivery, introduce new money, bring savings to the state and direct accountability, and attract and retain technical property skills through competitive and market-related rates. What was the expectation from National Treasury then was to ensure that our service operate within a full recovery-based business model, and we also have financial sustainability in the medium to long term. The compartmentalized and ring-fenced business, property business to operate and separated from DPWE, where DPWE will operate as a regulator and PMTE as an implementer. The application of business-like principles of efficiency in the acquisition, usage, and the disposal of government immovable assets. Those are the expectations that came along with the approval of PMTE. There are, of course, legal framework, which I'm not going to go through, from the Constitution up to the level of policies that mandates the work of the PMTE. If you look at the PMT timeline, in short, what happened is that the chair, as the DPM said, this work started in 1999, where the establishment of state property agents was communicated in consultation with the National Treasury, and the DPSA recommended that it should be a trading entity, and which in March 2006, National Treasury conditionally approved the PMTE. In 2006, the establishment of the PMTE was approved by National Treasury as an interim mechanism, where a trading account was then developed or opened. The state public finance management reforms, including the passing of the PFMA in 1999, then requires the full compliance with that prescription of legislation. And in 2006, there was a devolution of budget and the adoption of accommodation charges. And subsequent to the passing of GIAMA in 2007, there were other processes where, of course, in 2014, Cabinet approved the business case for PMTE after a feasibility study was developed. In 2015, Cabinet endorsed progress on the operationalization of PMTE. In 2017, Cabinet noted the strategic funding challenges of PMTE. And in 2024, Cabinet approved the state immovable asset optimization strategy. Chair, PMTE is established in terms of the Public Service Act of 1994, in terms of Section 7A of the same Act, and it's operate as a component. However, there are still missing gaps in terms of the proclamation of the entity into a full component, which was one part that has not been concluded. Other schedule, Section 7A public service, government components, we looked at the Center for Public Service and Innovation, Government Pension Administration Agency, Government Printing Works. Those are some of the examples of which PMTE was established alongside. This slide speaks on the difference between what is a government component and what is a fully fledged public entity. And with regard to PMTE, there are no separate juristic person, and it also falls within the ambit of the executive authority. The issue of the board is optional. The head of the CEO, in some cases, is referred to have accountability in terms of the work, given the delegations as issued by the executive authority. And we are also, the PFMA is applicable as well. And the main funding, of course, is on revenue and through the division of revenue by Treasury. So these are some of the issues. We also comply with the GRAP, which is very critical, that we must comply with GRAP standards, and that forms the basis of our existence as well. We need to, in terms of revenue, ability to generate and retain surplus funds, And in terms of the Public Service Act, it's applicable. Law governing employees, we fall within the PSA. Condition of service, public service regulation. Remuneration is determined by the bargaining process. Pension fund, GPF. So these are some of the compliance that we need to comply with as a government component. I think that is what the slides is trying to demonstrate. That as a component we operate within those legislative requirements. What then came about, if you look at between 2006 and 2024, PMTE has received what is called inadequate funded mandate. In a sense that when the white paper on public works was adopted, the accommodation related budget were then devolved to client departments on the 1st of April 2006. The aim for the devolution then was to increase transparency on full cost of managing and replacing state immovable assets. And the DPWI recommended that there should be a full recovery of all the costs in terms of managing the state-owned properties. And the accommodation charges were ideally intended to cover property rates, maintenance, rehabilitation, as well as major R&R, which is refurbishment and replacement of existing properties. The tariffs were calculated, unfortunately, without inclusion of the capital requirement for a periodic refurbishment and rehabilitation, because Treasury indicated that those could not be afforded within the fiscus. And at that time, Chair, what then became the anomaly is that when the devolution framework was then adopted, the budget allocation for operational cost was reduced by 1/5 of the budget. Then it was 26 rand per square meter to 474 rand per square meter for buildings. So there was a massive reduction in terms of the allocation for operational costs in terms of accommodation charges. And the rationale then was that it will grow by 15% on a year to year. And then by 2017, PMTE should have reached the point of sustainability. Unfortunately, by 2017, PMTE had a budget shortfall of 2 billion rand. So that was the indication that the reduction of the accommodation charges then had a serious impact in terms of the sustainability of PMTE. To date, we are looking at around 8 billion shortfall in terms of our accommodation charges. And the debt is around 14 billion rand. The CFO will speak to that. And the portfolio has grown by almost 58% since then to date. So there is a growth of the portfolio and a reduction in terms of the budget allocation. That is the anomaly that has resulted to this. What are the implications of such? Is that the expected growth 15% in terms of the baseline was never realized. And contrary to this, clients have been reducing their budgets. DCS have drastically cut their budget. DOD has drastically cut their budget. As we speak now, accommodation charges from DOD has been reduced by 50%. That also include private leases as well. So there's a likelihood that we might cancel some of the leases, private leases, which is accommodating the DOD portfolio. That is what we are currently analyzing, which properties will be affected and which regions will be affected. Some of these properties, Chair, this issue might be in the front page soon, because the DOD leases some of their towers in private land. So if we don't pay, what does it mean? Those towers are critical for our state defense, of course. So if you don't pay, some of these landlords might say they must remove their towers. And what are the implications thereof? And of course, public works is always blamed first. Nonetheless, we said, let us be upfront around these issues. The DG has instructed me to facilitate the engagement with DOD, which we are currently working on. The CFO is trying to quantify what are the financial implications of such. So my team and the finance team are working in terms of quantifying the impact of those decisions and those budgetary cuts. So they have a huge impact, not only in terms of our own revenue, but in terms of the country as a whole and its security. if cuts are allowed, it only deteriorates the baseline and revenue streams of PMTE, but it makes planning also very impossible. It affects our day-to-day maintenance as we speak. Correctional service in the DCS in Western Cape has no budget for day-to-day maintenance. I think it's another issue that might be in the front page soon. And we are engaging the colleagues next week to see what could be alternative revenue that we might identify. And the clients, which are departments, have this amount in their baseline for accommodation, and this should be, what we are saying is that these amounts for us to be able to sustain this portfolio is to try and ring-fence them and be protected against budgetary cuts, because every time there's a budgetary cuts, the first line of cutting is to cut the service rendered by PMTE. And PMTE is dependent on these budgets for our own sustainability and the execution of our projects. And what happened here is that every year when we have projects planning, the first year is always fully funded. But in the outer years, when departments are experiencing budgetary cuts, they always come to cut projects. And some of these projects are on planning stage, design stage. In some cases, they are in the implementation stage. Let me give you an illustration. We got a memo last week from Durban. They said the High Court that is currently being implemented, the Department of Justice was going to reduce the budget for this year from 280 million to 120 million. So there's a 100 million shortfall or so in the current financial year. And what does that mean? That the contractor now has to reduce its capacity, has to let go some of their subcontractors. And what are the impact in terms of the project? It will take longer than to complete the project. And of course, Public Works will be the blaming, at the end of the day. So what we are saying is that it becomes really unsustainable to carry some of these projects. As we speak right now, some of the projects that we do, the anomaly is that we plan projects for 5 years and they request budget upfront from departments. And when we do the planning, and when we do the design, we do the planning, and when we reach implementation, there's no more budget. What does that mean is that the project needs to be abandoned. Who must pay for the consultant? Because the project is on stage 3. And we only pay when the project is on stage 4 by the client. So PMTE has to carry that burden. So these are some of the issues that we find it very difficult. As we speak, the DDG for CPM is currently quantifying the cost of all these abandoned projects, where the client departments can still come back and fund those projects. So in terms of our planning and the allocation of budget, in terms of the devolution, makes it difficult for us to sustain projects. Yes, of course, there are issues in terms of our own internal issues, but the cash flow implementation in those projects makes it difficult to sustain and carry out some of the work on time and within budget. Because you must remember, if you reduce your budget now, it means that your project will be susceptible to escalation. And the escalation is at times is price producer related. It's not only inflation, it's far higher. And for that reason, waiting cost as well comes in. So the project becomes too expensive to carry out. So these are the knock-on effect on projects. And moreover, Chair, the lack of maintenance. We have seen currently Department of Labor coming in, issuing provision notices, because we can't maintain projects and some of the departments inadequately. We have seen a breakdown in terms of lifts, poor conditions of facilities. At the moment, for DCS alone, we need 28 billion rand to recapitalize that department. Where are we going to get the money? So we need to be innovative. And what does that mean in terms of the critical infrastructure, boilers and other stuff? We need to provide clean water to prisoners. If you can't, it becomes an issue that might result in serious outbreak of diseases. So we need to really come up with situations. The accommodation charges versus client expectation. So you pay 14 rand per square meter and expect a service of a grade A office. that is the anomaly. And of course, you can't provide at 26 rand per square meter and provide the quality services. Whilst on the private leases, we pay around 120 rand on private leases. So these are some of the issues. We talk about the paradox of what is currently there and what isn't ideal. I've explained the current situation. What is an ideal expectation is, of course, to ring-fence the budget for operational cost, even for capital projects. And that budget must be allocated on a multi-term allocation directly appropriated to public works. That is the ideal environment that we hope to achieve. And as I've said, we looked in terms of engaging Treasury to ring-fence outline budgets, full implementation of user charge model. Currently, we're looking at the itemized billing, claiming advance for projects based on cash flow projections, claim a deposit from client equivalent to monthly expenditure, charge interest on all overdue amounts, cut the service for all clients not paying, and establish a joint task team, National Treasury to intervene, as well as the ministerial intervention. So these are some of the issues that we are bringing forward. And these are not new issues, by the way. These are issues that have been around for the last 6 years. However, Chair, we have come up with a new approach that we said we hope that the portfolio committee, as Treasury has endorsed, that we try then to leverage and sweat our asset for us to be able to really sustain the entity. If you look at what we intend doing now, 2024 and 2030 is to try to come up with an innovative intervention. What we have said here is what we are trying to do now is to repurpose and reposition PMTE by ensuring that it plays a critical role in the property space through the attraction of direct private sector investment. And over the next administration, we hope to raise around 100 billion rand. That will contribute towards the gross fixed capital formation of the country. And that is possible, and that can happen, because we want to unlock value creation, and by ensuring that we unlock our asset portfolio for private sector investment. We also want to develop models that will ensure that we are able to maintain the asset life cycle of our properties over the period of time. And we've come up with new innovative intervention now where we issue leases for a period up to 99 years. And we're coming up with other strategies that will look in terms of partnership in the form of a PPP with the private sector to optimize our state asset portfolio for office accommodation to the period 20 and 25 years, instead of the current 9-11 year lease. Currently, Chair, I think the asset portfolio that we have is large. We've got almost 30,000 land parcels. We have more than 80,000 facilities. Our land dim cost is around 50 billion, and our building is around 100 billion. So if you look into that, Chair, alone, it provides us an opportunity. For an example, we have almost 35,000 residential structures that we are currently looking at leasing out and generate revenue. Our current lease out portfolio is only generating less than 80 million rand. So we want to quadruple that in the next coming few years, at least to move to around 500 million. So that is the residential properties alone that we need to. Currently, it's illegally occupied and it's all over the place, and well managed. Our business optimization strategy that we are putting forward is looking at coming up with a PPP focus that will say we propose the build, operate, and transfer. We propose the refurbish, operate, and transfer, and the lease to own model. I will speak about it, some of these BOT and ROT and what do they mean. And we are also looking at infusing in part of that strategy the total facility management solution within the BOT and ROT strategies. We do have assets that we can use for advertising, others we can use for parking and conference facilities. Of course, there are other assets that they will never form part of our core requirement as a state for the next coming 50, 100 years. And those don't necessarily have a potential to maximize our revenue. And what we're proposing is that some of these assets need to be disposed. for the betterment of our people through their participation. And we were looking at those assets that are really currently holding higher cost. Our holding costs in some of these assets, they are almost R500 million. And they were not generating any money out of that. Just paying for municipal services, paying security, where there are areas of potential illegal occupation. We pay securities to guard these assets. So the disposal of these assets is part of a portfolio that we are currently reviewing. It's going to go through the route, the DM, the DG, DM, and the minister, that they will take through and have a look. So we will release such. And that these others that we lease under, and those that we lease for a short term and a long term, and those are underutilized assets as well. So disposal, long-term leasing, BOT, ROT, LTO, and these are some of the strategies that we are infusing. What models do we have? We're looking at directly participating in the property space. Some will say they wanted to compete with Growth Point. We want to partner with the private sector. We're not going to compete. Although in other countries, the state does have entities that compete directly, but we're within early stage for us. We don't have the infrastructure to do that, but we want to partner with the private sector. We wanted to ensure that some of our assets are open for precinct development, mixed-use development. We want to roll out office park, residential nodes, student accommodation, retail, storage, warehousing, renewable energy in some of the farms in the Northern Cape. And we do have properties such as small harbors, freehold leases, land, agricultural assets. We do have, I think, 3 or 4 islands, apart from Robben Island, by the way. We have residential properties, commercial properties, as well as industrial properties, which are highly, highly unutilized. When we speak about the cost benefit between BOT and ROT, I will take you through these slides. I'm almost done, Chair. We are saying, for an example, why we will opt for BOT in some instances. To avoid project escalation and cost overlay. For an example, if you look at our current construction model, it says you build a 45,000 square meter. The budget allocation is around 1.9 billion. 20% consultants, you pay 200 million. The cost per square meter for us at the moment, it's around 42,000 per square meter, 42,000 rands per square meter. And if you do a study, a cross line, a straight line study in some of the projects, you'll find that our cost per square meter construction is around 80,000 rands because of time delays, budget overrun, and so forth. So it's really unsustainable. And the industry will say it's 17,000 to 22,000. And that is what some of the industry. So what we are saying is that, for example, instead of a project taking 5 years, it will take 10 years. There are, of course, potential risk in terms of the lower bid and the maintenance over the life cycle of the building. So that is the current model that we're saying in some of the large projects is unsustainable. There are small projects that we can do and manage, but there are large projects where we are saying, let us opt for the build, operation, transfer. For an example, the same, let us look at the far right square block there. It says 45,000 square meter. You have you project 1.9 billion. That is money now. It's not going to come from Treasury. It's the money that will come from the private sector. The developer will have to raise 1.9 billion. And if you look into that, it will say, for an example, private sector, how much do they spend? Our study says they spend around 20,000 and 22,000 rand per square meter. It comes with project completed on time, can provide a high-rise prestigious of office accommodation. It can be constructed within period of time because there's no money, there's no invoice delaying, there's no paperwork up in front, and it's the developer's commitment and budget. What we're saying is that we will then enter into a long-term lease, 20-25 years, and we're looking at, for example, committed rental per square meters between 200 and 300 rands over a period of 20 years. That includes maintenance as well as the operation of the building. That means the building will be at high maintained, and also it will ensure that after 20 years, it is then returned to the state. Then we can continue with our normal total facility management. We looked at 25 years. The risks are very low as compared to the benefit. The risk will be, of course, we might end up with international developers taking the space. And that is a potential, that is a possibility, of course, in some of these highly complex projects. If you look at some of the proposed projects that we'll be rolling out in soon, we might attract international players as well. But that is good for the country because it brings in foreign currency as well. It will benefit us because it will attract private sector investment, speed up delivery, and it will be cost savings. But what does that mean is that the state will own the building at the end. So we do have a value proposition, which I'm not going to go through. We do have our revenue management solution that looks at the steering committee working with some of the strategic partners like ISA. We are currently appointing a transitional advisory team to assist us in terms of this complex project. We are also in the process of appointing an asset management services that will look at the strategic asset management, equity shareholding, because look, as PMTE, we want to participate in some of these programs. We want to have a return of 35%, because these are tariff built-in projects. Some of these developments that we are also requesting proposals out there. We've issued 24 land parcels, which are highly attractive for request for proposal. We want to also buy a stake in terms of equity shareholding in some of these developments, because they have a high potential to really succeed in the market. So we also want to have a team, an external team that will manage that on a path. It will also look in terms of debt collection. At the moment, I can't take anyone. Some of the leases that we issue out, people don't honor their debt. But if I have a company dealing with that, they can take them to court at any given moment. We don't have that capacity within the department. So we want to appoint an asset team that will manage. We've got apartments here, even in Cape Town, that we want to roll out, beautify them, roll out to generate revenue. It will also do capital sourcing. It must be able to respond to the market. You know, bureaucracy within government makes it very difficult. If you look at Treasury's expectation, when PMT was established, there was an expectation for PMTE to perform a business kind of a model. Unfortunately, it can't, because we are part of the bureaucratic system that is not agile enough to respond to business approaches. Business requests 7 days, you respond 7 days. Government requests something, it takes 7 months just to do one bid. In the private sector, in the property space, you don't need tenders to manage properties. Because if it's going to do tenders, when somebody raises the money in Dubai, they can't wait for him to come back after 12 months. So they will want to raise the money and make it available on time, because it must generate. It must work. Money must work. It can't stay in the bank if it's not generating enough interest. So that is what we're looking at. That we need to have an asset management company that will assist us. What has happened is, so far, the minister has done an MOU with some major cities, and what we have done, we've identified strategic assets that we are calling for proposals, and. We're also looking at leveraging fixed state assets for revenue generation. This includes the repurposing of telecom towers, the repurposing chair of CGO building where we are, and the repurposing of public works house building. And that repurpose will also give preference to state accommodation in the city center, which is cheaper than going and build new offices. The infrastructure is there, bulk infrastructure is there. It's just to refurbish and repurpose. If the private sector can repurpose a silo and turn it into a multi-international hotel, so telecom towers can work into a high prestige office accommodation and multi-purpose for either the police or any other usage. Chair, we are currently going on looking at Durban Forensic Lab. It's going to be part of our BOT pilot, as well as the Cape Town Regional Office. Those are big projects that we wanted to pilot as part of the BOT, and we've also identified a list of projects for requests for proposal. The minister wants us to look at Hot Bay as a pilot, which we are currently doing. Chair, I'm almost done. The CFO will shortly look into our financial turmoil that we have in the department and present to you, Chair. CFO.
Thank you very much for that presentation. I'm sure it was well received. Members, are we all awake, alert? Thank you very much. Let's move on to the next presentation. This is the CFO. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chair.
Can we ask questions?
We'll do it at the end, Honourable Member. Or I'm led by the committee. Would you want to ask questions of the presentation now, or we wait until we get the next two? Honourable Dilanga.
Thank you so much, Acting Chair.
Thank you.
I always work on the basis of a principle. I listened attentively. When the chair asked you to come and chair the meeting, she said that we must take the following presentation. Therefore, I move that we allow the CFO to finish the presentation, then we can take the question. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Does that settle that? Thank you. You were eavesdropping on a private conversation. Over to you, CFO.
Thank you. I'll just highlight some of the few slides because Mr. Sibande has covered most of the key issues. What I will focus on, actually, I thought National Treasury would be here because the agenda was saying DPSA, DPWI, and National Treasury because the business model that was agreed with National Treasury was on the basis to address financial sustainability of PMTE. Having said that, the itemized billing model was a model that was out of Treasury Regulation 10.2.3, which states that the letting of immovable state property, excluding state housing for officials and political office bearers, must be at market related. I want to underline that. It ought to be at market related. However, it says, unless the relevant treasury approve otherwise, no state property may be let free of charge without prior approval of the relevant treasury. So this business model that was approved was then to say, ordinarily, we don't need the approval of National Treasury. We ought to be charging market related. However, given the financial constraints of government, we all agreed to say, look, we need to charge a cost recovery because it is not the intention to make a profit out of the government departments. Having said that, also Treasury Regulation 19.5.2 states that in determining charges for goods and services, the head of trading entity must aim to recover the full cost of providing the goods or services unless the relevant treasury approves lower charges. Here it's a problem again. When we are confronted with problems where departments cannot afford, we can also charge a lower rate. Why I'm saying this, it's because having then Treasury, all of us agreed on the principle. This has created a shortfall of 27.1 billion since we implemented this business model. That's a challenge that we need to address. I'll then focus on this user charge model, which was agreed. What is a user charge? A user charge is an amount charged to recoup costs associated with properties under the entity's custodianship. The charge aims to recoup all costs from the client in order to ensure that sufficient funds are available for the continuous upkeep of state properties to ensure the PMT's sustainability. The elements that are considered when this determination of cost are done, we look at initial capital outlay, operating cost and maintenance, replacements and refurbishment, municipal rates and taxes, and PMT management fee. Chair, I want also to draw to the attention of the committee to say, what is the total portfolio of the state portfolio? We have 80,000 properties. That is buildings. Then we have number of land parcels, which is 27,000.
Sorry, sir, can you go through this slowly? I'd like all of us to take note of this.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. So if you look then at the portfolio of the department, firstly, state land is 27,000 land parcels. The buildings, it's 80,000 properties. Then you have the different types of conditions in that portfolio, particularly for buildings, whereby I'll focus more on the significant issues where there is fair condition is about 44,000 properties, poor condition is 5,000, very poor is 1,664. And the total rent value at year end 31st March 2024 was 154 billion as per the audited financial statements. What is also so important, Chair, is that the significant part of these assets are specialized assets which are very expensive to maintain, like your police stations, prisons, courts, and defense facilities. It's not like a normal office building where then you can say you need 120 rand per square meter. It's expensive to maintain a court and a prison, as well as a police station. Then the approved user charge as per Treasury was 4.7 billion. The head of PMTE already addressed the issue to say when we're on devolution, we ought to be around 56 rand per square meter. However, we are not yet there. This model that was meant to address this problem, we are worse off. We are sitting at 23 rand per square meter on average. Whereas the same client's department, the same government is able to afford leases at 110 rand per square meter on average. I'm talking about the normal office buildings. Remember I said they are specialized properties. That is the majority of state facilities, which ought to be around 190 something per square meter. Then on top of that, we have a depreciation of 3.5 billion because when you have a state portfolio, it depreciates. That is 3.5 billion and it's not funded anywhere. Then the rates and taxes that we are currently paying, it's sitting at 1.8 billion. The annual day-to-day maintenance is sitting at 2.2 billion. So as a result of our failure to maintain properties, put a refurbishment program, our day-to-day maintenance is too high and it's not sustainable. We are talking of 56,000 properties that are occupied by government out of 80,000 properties. Let me also make an example of correctional services in particular and defense. Correctional services is occupying 12,000 properties at 14 rand per square meter. Remember, I said these are specialized properties for correctional services, such as courts. They are paying 14 rand per square meter, whereas on average, they ought to be paying around 190 something per square meter because these are specialized facilities. Then, which then results to 693 million that DCS is paying against the maintenance backlog of 2.8 billion maintenance, annual maintenance backlog just for DCS alone. So in total, it's 8 billion. Defense, similarly, Chair, they are occupying 24,000 properties at 9 rand per square meter. Currently, Defense reduced the budget together with Treasury from 1.3 billion to 708 million, while there is a maintenance backlog of 4.1 billion. You can then imagine what can you do with 9 rand per square meter. The same Defense, when they come to this committee, they will complain about the state of facilities, but the question is to say, what can you do with 9 rand per square meter? This slide just shows the trend over the years since we implemented this itemized billing model, which was agreed between ourselves at National Treasury. You can see at a time when we started this itemized billing, we were using devolved budget. In 2018, it was 25 rand per square meter. The itemized billing was 24 rand per square meter. Because we were implementing cycle by cycle, we started with your smallest department, so the impact was just a slight different. However, the calculation that we calculated as Public Works, we went to Treasury and said, actually, we ought to be charging 68 rand per square meter for cycle 1. Then it moved across where we are now in 2025, but I highlighted 2024 because it's the year that we are concluding now. If we continue to implement devolution framework instead of itemized billing, we ought to be sitting at 58 rand per square meter. But because of the itemized billing that was meant to address our challenges, we are sitting at 23 rand per square meter. Actually, we are worse off by implementing this itemized billing that was meant to address our financial sustainability. While is that at cost recovery user charge, if Treasury approve what we requested from them, we ought to be at 64 rand per square meter. Still, we are far below the market. Chair, I also brought in the shortfall over years since we implemented itemized billing, which is the model that was agreed with National Treasury. You can see, Chair, between financial year 18-19, the shortfall was 205 million. In year 2, which is 19-20, 782 million. When we implemented big clients, it was 1.7 billion. In 21-22, it's 2.1 billion. In 22-23, it's 6.9 billion. It continues, the trend will continue to increase. So in total, as of today, Chair, since we implemented itemized billing, we are sitting at a funding gap of 27 billion. Remember, Chair, I said the condition of the facilities, they required 38 billion based on maintenance backlog that we had at a time when we were implementing itemized billing. So the situation is getting worse. Let me also make an example of client by client, but I will focus more on DCS and DOD. However, you must note, Chair, higher education is a small department, but is 21 cents per square meter. Then you go to DCS. DCS, when we went to Treasury implementing the itemized billing model as a model that was agreed and approved, we went there, we said, can we get 2.7 billion just to keep these properties in good condition? That was 2.7 billion, but National Treasury approved 693 million. So there was a funding gap of 2.1 billion, which then results to 14 rand per square meter just for DCS. Remember, I said DCS is occupying specialized facilities such as prisons. They are paying 14 rand per square meter. Then the question, are we able to pay rate and taxes with that amount of 14 rand per square meter? The answer is yes or no, because the rate and taxes continue to increase year by year. So one will then say, not really that we can fully pay rate and taxes with 14 rand per square meter. Can we pay maintenance based on this? The answer, we can't even pay a single cent just to maintain these facilities. Then similarly with DOD, I said they are occupying 24,000 properties. We went to Treasury, we said the model that we agreed, our calculations was saying we need to charge DOD 4.3 billion, but we were given 708 million. Then the budget shortfall is 3.6 billion, making it 9 rand per square meter. Can we pay rate and taxes? The answer is no. We are unable to even pay full rate and taxes. Can we pay maintenance? We are unable to do so. So that's just, on average then, the rate per square meter for all clients, it's sitting at 23 rand per square meter. However, there are pockets of certain departments that are paying far below, and these are huge departments that are utilizing state facilities. DOD alone, 24,000. DCS is 12,000, and these are specialized facilities, Chair. Then I also decided to make an example of DCS as a scenario to demonstrate what we are talking about. DCS, we incurred expenditure of 1.2 billion in 2021, but DCS, we billed them 1.3 billion. despite the fact that Treasury only approved 680, so there was a shortfall of 592 million actual loss. We are not talking about projections here. We paid rate and taxes for the facilities of DCS of 468 million, refurbishment 178 million, repair 112 million, maintenance 463 million. So in total, as PMTE, we paid service providers 1.2 billion, whereas DCS can only pay 680 million. The trend goes until 23-24, where you can then see that actually we spend more than what the client is paying us. Then, Chair, I also compared the state-owned vis-a-vis the lease portfolio for these security cluster departments, but I will focus also on DCS and DOD. As I indicated, DCS is occupying state-owned facilities, 12,000, approved accommodation, 693 million, whereas when it comes to private leases, they are occupying 126 leases, and the total payments or budget is 135 million. So the average rate per square meter for state facilities is 14 rand per square meter. However, if you look at the private sector, particularly in Pretoria and Cape Town, the same department is able to afford 112 rand per square meter in Pretoria, and in Cape Town, 110 rand per square meter, whereas if it's state facilities, it's 14 rand per square meter that they can afford. Similarly with DOD, 24,000 properties that they occupy, and they pay 708 million, whereas when it comes to private leases, it's 113, and they pay 655 million, which they have further reduced as per Mr. Sbande's comments. So the rate per square meter for state facilities is 9 rand per square meter, and whereas for private leases, which the client is affording, in Pretoria in particular, it's average of 158 rand per square meter, and in Cape Town is 151 rand per square meter. You can then see the gap. For state-owned, is 9 rand per square meter. For private leases, is 158 rand per square meter. You can then imagine, what are we doing with the state portfolio? Are we destroying the asset of the state? Yes, we are. The same clients, they opt to go for leases, whereas they don't want to upgrade these state facilities through funding. Chair, also the total outstanding debt, as Mr. Sbande has already indicated, is 14 billion, and for state-owned debt is 3.3 billion. Mainly is led by these two clients. DCS is owing us more than 5 billion, and Defense is owing us more than 5 billion. So those two clients together, it's more than 10 billion that they owe us. Chair, the impact of this, the head of PMT has already covered some of them. The condition of these state facilities is bad. That day there is a crisis, public works will be blamed, but no one will consider to say, actually, DOD, you are paying 9 rand per square meter. DCS, you are paying 14 rand per square meter. These are the issues that we are confronted with. We are not saying our situation, we are doing things properly on our side, but you can't plan properly when it comes to infrastructure when you don't have appropriate funding. You can go anywhere in the world. You need to be in control of the funding so that you can do proper planning when it comes to infrastructure. And it raises also a question to say, if you want to attract private sector and they see the trend to say government doesn't want to pay, do you think then private sector will come and say government will pay 250 rand per square meter? Because when private sector come, it comes at a premium. Remember, these are the same departments that will have to pay a premium. So these are the questions that, or the risk that we need to highlight. Chair, is not to say also we are doing nothing. There are a lot of meetings that are being held with clients. There are meetings that will be held with Treasury. DG has written to the DG of Treasury, and the Minister has written to the Minister of Finance. So what we are then discussing with National Treasury is to then say, while we understand the challenges of government when it comes to funding, but if at least this user charge can increase by 20% over the next 5 years, while we are implementing ROT and BOT, which will take time also for us to yield the results that we desire. Then we also in discussion with Treasury to say at least correctional service and DOD, if we can then go back to the baseline that we used to have of 1.3 billion per each department instead of 708 million for DOD and 690 for DCS. If at least we can revert to that 1.3 billion, it will go a long way. We also, as Mr. Sbande has indicated, if Treasury can also ring-fence the accommodation charges. Thank you, Chair, and members of the Portfolio Committee.
Thank you, CFO. Can we get addition from DPSA?
Thank you very much, Chair. We are jointly interested in this portfolio that the DM is leading from DPWI, because one of the responsibilities that we have as the DPSA is creating an enabling environment for our public servants to perform. And once they do that, we know that we'll also be responding to priority 3 of the MTDP and the GNU that speaks to the state, the capacity of the state to deliver. So I'm going to allow, through the DG, Mr. Oscar, to show how we collaborate in this portfolio between DPWI and the DPSA.
Maybe, Chair, apologies, maybe whilst he's still setting, is also just to reflect from our part as DPSA, as the department, that we've been working very closely with the department in terms of just observing and looking at, you would see when Oscar is presenting, I think the last consultation on the structure was in 2016, and there were some conditions that were put in place. And we've been working closely with them because we've noted that there are new proposals that are coming into the table, and also with the changes that have happened with the 7th administration. So there is ongoing work that's happening between us in terms of advising them and working with the department. So far, there is no formal submission that has been made in terms of whatever new form of the structure, because they are still working on their internal processes as the department. But over to you, Oscar, with the permission of the chairperson.
Thanks, DG, and morning, Chair, and honorable members, DMs, DGs, and colleagues. My name is Oscar Chivase from the Department of Public Service and Administration. I'm responsible for the structures of government for all government departments, national and provincial department. So my presentation mainly will touch to the update on how far are we with the organizational structure for the PMTE, and I'll just touch on how far are we also with the structure for the DPWI. So our main role, as highlighted by the DM, we are the custodian when it comes to the setting norms and standard on the review, design, and configuration of government department. So we set norms and standards and parameters on how far can we go when we review or redesign the organizational structure. So our engagement with the PMTE or the DPWI started way back, where in 2006, during the establishment of the PMTE, we had an agreement with National Treasury on the organizational form of the PMTE when it was established. And then the name that was given, which is different from other organizational form, we could have called it a department or a public entity. But given the conditions that were set in terms of the PFMA and the Treasury regulations, it was established as a trading account within the Department of Public Works. So we draw our mandate from the Constitution and different pieces of legislation, and we issue guidelines that guides department on the design of the organizational structure. The same applies with the DPWI and the PMTE, where we guide them on how far can they go in terms of the configuration of their organizational structure. So in the main, when we design a new institutions like what we did with the PMTE back then, we design it and give it a name of a startup organizational structure, meaning that when it's a startup organizational structure, it needs to find its feet, it needs to be operationalized. And then after that, we give it a lifespan where we need to go back, reassess to find it if it's working or there are gaps that needs to be closed. So we do that by changing the operating model or the service delivery model, at which that exercise we haven't done since the last consultations that happened in 2016. So our role goes to an extent where we look at the current mode of delivery, at which there are engagement that are happening between us and the DPWI on relooking at the current mode of delivery of the PMTE as the vehicle for infrastructure or managing the immovable assets of government. So we're trying to look at the entire value chain of immovable assets, from planning to property development. That in the value chain will include the maintenance of the existing infrastructures that we have. So the blueprint will also look at the kind of resources, whether they can be technical resources that the PMTE will look at. So that's the engagement that is ongoing, and we haven't reached a stage where we brief the new, due to the change of administration, we haven't bring on board the new executive on the thinking and the need for us to embark on the review of the organizational structure for the PMTE. So if that is done, we have a new operating model, and we take into account the developments in terms of the Treasury notes that have been issued by Treasury, and then we need to take into account the IDMS also framework that has been developed by the National Treasury. So since its establishment in 2006, we did a review, 2015, 2016. The DPSA was engaged, and then we agreed on the minimum operation. So I can simply say that as DPSA, currently the PMTE is operating not fully fledged, based on the fact that we still need to review the operating model and assess the current way of working so that we can recommend the best way of the best configuration going forward for the PMTE. And that work was done jointly, looking at the responsibility of the DPWI in terms of the policy oversight and making sure that they set norms and standards. And then the PMTE will do the implementation of such. So we would like to appraise the portfolio committee that there are engagements that are happening in terms of the review on the service delivery model of the PMTE that will talk to the type of technical capacity that is needed to deliver on its mandate. So hopefully soon we'll be appraising the new executive in terms of the work done and what needs to be done in terms of the new delivery mode that we are recommending for the PMTE. So that is the work that the DPWI together with the PMTE need to do. But our role is to guide them on the parameters and the norms and standards that are set by the Minister for Public Service and Administration. Like I've highlighted, there are a number of developments since we engaged with the organizational structure of the PMTE. Like the Treasury notes in 2016 when we engaged, in 2015 they were not there. The issues around the development around the IDMS in terms of the infrastructure value chain and the other additions in terms of the GIAMA Act when we look at the issues around what goes into the planning. So those are some of the things that we need to take into account when we review and make sure that we have a trading account that is well configured. Then the question that probably members will want to understand why the current organizational form of the PMTE. So when it first established in 2006, there were conditions set by National Treasury to say that for you to move from this organizational form to the next organizational form, there are specific requirements that you need to meet, like self-sustainability was one of the pre-requirements that the PMTE need to meet, and the CFO and the CEO have spoke to that at length. The reason why they cannot be self-sustainable on the debt that they're incurring from other government department. So those were the conditions. If those conditions are met, then we'll be talking about a different organizational form. But as far as the update from the DPSA, that's how far we are, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you. Are you done with all your presentations? There's no any further presentation? The 2 DGs and the 2 DMs?
From our part, I think there was a second one on professionalization, but we wanted to propose that the presentation that we have done now covers everything, because the work on professionalization, we issue directives, work directly with departments, and when we looked at our at the monitoring work that we're doing, there is a good implementation by departments in terms of taking up the directives that we have issued as the department. So we don't have anything substantive to raise at this stage on the professionalization matters, but we work with departments and support them. So we wanted to suggest that, Chair, we don't go into a detailed report on that one or presentation. Thank you.
Okay. Honorable members. Wait. Can I get indications of hands? I'm not gonna give you a second chance. It's a full house. Let me do my process, the normal process. It's fine. I'll start with Honorable Mlule Kidlelange. 3 minutes. Members, don't do the preambles. Straight to the question. Are you protesting? Okay. But let's mind time. Let's mind time, honorable members. Lelange, you'll start. Letlape, you'll follow. Ngumalo, you'll be the third one. Honorable Marais, the first batch, in that order.
Thank you so much, Chair.
The 3 minutes, it's out. There's a protest, but be mindful of time.
Much, Chair, for that generosity. No, Chair, I've been listening attentively since the presentations were made.
Wait, I'm surprised. Where are the presenters? PMTE, why are you at the back? Svande, come back. CFO, come back. No, we have organized. There was tea outside. There's no coffee. Nothing. Stabi, what's happening? Tibatoba zigimba, ay, ligile. I'll have a challenge. People who must respond are going out. Huh? Oh. Mr. Lwazi, welcome. We are very early. Are you not part of the response? People will be responding. But who can you join the team that side? Where is he?
He just stepped out.
It's only water. Water, pure water. Can we get Batu back to the house? We don't want questions to be raised and you are not getting them clearly. DG, I was expecting you to also bring, I know the presentation does not have a prestige side, but I believe my members will be wanting to also understand about where they are staying, even though it's a different directorate. I thought you'll bring them. Next time, bring them, please. Because when you deal with state asset, it also includes where we are staying. And they've got interest. Maybe before I could give back to Dlelange, what Chibase, you said Chibase, what Chibase and PMTE. When you present, I thought you're gonna also present the asset register. I don't know how do you make all these things and the presentation without an asset register. How do we then know that 15% is out of what? Where is the register? But let me hold it there. In that order, members, you can start.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I'll be straight to the... Okay. I'll be straight to the... On questions, without any preamble. And I've got few questions to ask. Thank you so much, Chair. Chair, I think the work done by PMT is a complex animal to handle, given what they presented to us. I want to link here a question that is direct to DPSA first. On the current form of the PMT, which is it in tandem with the evolving responsibilities? That's an area I need a clarity on. I'm raising this matter on the basis that on their presentation, they said PMT, they want to repurpose and reposition. On the other side, the DPSA explained their work on assisting the department. Now, hence the question is more on the current organizational form of the PMT, in line with what they seek to achieve. PMT, there is an important strategy that you spoke about, which is critical for the asset management of our country. We call it asset optimization strategy. I think we need a clear framework that is explained to us as the portfolio committee members of this strategy in detail on how it's going to work and how it's going to assist, even including the very same transformation agenda in our country. You also spoke about the strategic assets where the minister have led tripartite agreements with major cities. What are those cities? Then what about the other strategic assets that are all over the country? What is the plan on those ones? The other area I spoke about was the question of the land parcels that we have requested for proposals or call for proposals. What exactly want to do on those land parcels? What is the plan? Or can you share detailed information to us at the portfolio committee about those land parcels? The last question, Chair, I want to ask is the question of the budget shortfall. It's good that the leadership has identified the problem, that there is a budget shortfall. And it's good that they've explained the plan, for instance, the multi-year planning activities that they want to engage on engaging the treasurer. And also there are engagements or letters written to the treasurer from the minister and the DG. What is it exactly you want to achieve? Because the issue of budget cuts is continuing. So we must be aware of the community. This is what you seek to achieve in terms of making sure that you get or achieve the plan to reposition and repurpose the PMTE so that it can be in line or to fulfill its mandate, which we as the portfolio committee, it's our responsibility also to protect departments and its entities to achieve their mandate. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, let's first welcome the presentations. I will start by saying I honestly think that government is setting itself up for failure, if we must be honest. Because we run departments that we don't want to maintain. And if indeed we, sorry about that, if indeed we want to build state capacity, it starts here. The crisis that we are going to find ourselves is that National Treasury and everyone will say, no, you can, in terms of itemized billings, this is what you can do, this is flexibility of the departments. And then when it comes to private leases, it's a standard billing system that we must all appreciate. And maybe government, if indeed wants to build capacity, and if indeed our department wants to continue maintaining our buildings and ensuring that government capacitates itself. Maybe there must be engagements, Chair. This thing that says that National Treasury gave, you know, allowance that with state-owned buildings, there can be this flexibility. I don't think if we are going to be flexible, we are literally going to drown this department. And it's going to end up not being able to function at all. You look at the buildings, especially the departments, the two departments that are owing PMTE so much money. It's not going to get better. That's the reality, because every financial year, there's budget cuts. And it means that even the department should be able to plan for the worst. If we were to find ourselves in a situation that this particular financial year, you are not going to receive any more money, how do you plan to maintain these buildings? And we should also go to an extent of saying, departments should not be given the flexibility of choosing whether they want to go private or state-owned. We need to look into our internal buildings, maintain them, revamp them. You spoke about the telecom towers, which is if that building, if we were to maintain it and revamp it, will cut a lot of costs for us as the state. I know the police also has their own issues. You once came and made a presentation there. They don't want to use that building because of all the administrative issues that happened. But what I'm trying to say is that we need to look into buildings that can be non-negotiable, to say these are the buildings that we have identified, we're going to invest in them, revamp them, maintain them, and we give departments to say you are allocated these buildings, you are allocated these buildings, to also ensure that there is money circulating within. Because if we're going to opt for private leasing every time, a department pays 120 per square meter, and then when it comes to government, you pay 4 rand or 23 rand. It makes no sense. And that is why I'm saying the government is setting itself for failure. Because whether or not there is enough money, we need to give services. So there must be those talks that maybe we must prioritize to say, are we building state capacity or we just want to float? Because at this point, we're floating. And a government can't say that they're going to render services and float on their own. We had a committee meeting last week. All the departments of government owe public works. And you ask yourself, in the budgets that we get, why do we not say that once you issue out and approve a project, you must make upfront payments? Because it means you want to build 100 clinics in a year. All of them are 40%. You've done nothing. You've done absolutely nothing. In fact, you should have then said, out of the 100 that you want to build, we can accommodate or we can afford 20. You build 20 and you complete it, you have done something. So at this point, we're literally just floating. We want to be seen as if we are functioning, and we're not. There's no functionality whatsoever. So maybe with that, the user charges, they need to be looked at, and I completely agree that that proposal must be tabled with National Treasury. And I would say that even the portfolio committee must have that recommendation, as well as a committee, to look into these user charges that are, if not looked at, going to drown the state. And so I also want to check, you also mentioned that it is out of your mandate, or you don't have control over whether they pay or not. And I want to know what that means, and who then gets that responsibility to follow up and ensuring and pressurize that these amounts owed to PMTE are paid, and to ensure that you continue to have. Maybe we must also check, what is your strategy since you are not able to collect the revenue and you are still expected to function? What do you use as a backup plan, or what is your plan and strategy in ensuring that you continue to render these services? Because the clients that you service must still operate on a daily basis. So what is your plan and strategy in ensuring that they continue to operate? But Chair, you said there's no time limit. We only have one item. So I also want to go back to the towers on that private land. Who are these owners? And this is why we also want expropriation of land, because now government finds itself in a crisis of waking up in the morning and be told you must remove those towers because this is our land. Who does that land belong to? We must also check those things. Because once it comes on the media, we're all going to have our own opinions. And maybe we must have an opinion that comes from the department on what do you think of the Expropriation Act, the Expropriation of Land Act, with regards to ensuring that land is belonging to the state, and how do you think that the land belonging to the state will ultimately assist us in ensuring that there is state capacity and that we don't find ourselves in a situation where you are able to build here and you're not able to build there when you are a government yourself? I've asked the question of how many buildings you have identified to be revamped and to be used as the ultimate state properties that can be used by departments. And with regards to the lack of maintenance, you say that these properties are not maintained. I want to check if once you get these buildings and are approved, with your budgets, do they not come with maintenance plans? Because every property must, or infrastructure must have a maintenance plan and must be a funded maintenance plan. Do you not have that? And how do you then work around maintenance in these buildings on a daily basis? Multi-year budgeting commitment. Has there been an engagement with client departments in ensuring that some of these buildings that you are responsible for can be protected and can be continuously maintained with the current funds that you guys get? Are there those engagements of ensuring that there is a certain amount of money that can be held tight, not be touched by these departments, to ensure that you guys continue operating? I'll stop there, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, ministers, deputy ministers, and our colleagues here. Look, today we have been given an opportunity to understand why our hospitals, our clinics are in such a dire state. Our hospitals are like some of them are like pigsties. They don't give hope to patients who are going in there because they're in such a dilapidated state. They don't inspire hope. That is why maybe we have got so many deaths taking place there. Another thing is the fact that this country is facing these challenges today because of the wrong decisions that are being made by people who are given that authority, or that authority to make decisions. You cannot have a situation whereby, like in the case of the National Treasury, in terms of their regulations 19.5.2, which states that the first part talks about recovering the cost, and the other one talks about lowering the cost. And when it comes to lowering the cost, it is very silent on that one, because it doesn't give the reasons specifically as to why should the cost be reduced. I think, Chair, and the committee, that one needs to be looked into, and also perhaps it must be amended in some way, because I think it opens a door to manipulations and stuff. For instance, I'll make an example of DOD and National Treasury, where they unilaterally come up to a decision whereby they decided to lower the what you call the rate or the rental money, without involving PMTE or Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. That one needs to be challenged. We need to amend that one, because if we don't, we're going to have a problem going forward. Another thing, I'm a little bit confused as to what informs the different charges on the square meters. Because in my understanding, I know that when it comes to these specialized buildings like police station, the courts and the prisons, but other departments, other buildings where health institutions which are being utilized by health and others, it should be the same. So I don't understand what informs that decision to have different ratings on the square meters. And another thing that I should raise here is the fact that there is a shortfall of 27 billion. Who is going to pay for that? How are we going to recoup the money to pay for that? And secondly, I do not believe, or I do not agree with the fact that sister departments are not paying because they don't have money. They do, and they do. Why am I saying that? It's because when it comes to the private sector, they are prepared to pay a higher rate as compared to the government buildings. So we need perhaps, because as I went through the minutes of the previous committee, as I went through the minutes of the previous committees, I discovered that this problem has been ongoing for quite some time now. And I suggest that we need to put a stop to this on this seventh administration. We cannot afford a situation whereby we'll have a problem ongoing for such a long time. It's a pity that this current committee, this current management team that we have here, some of you are new, but this problem has been accumulating for years, and something needs to be done. And the first issue that needs to be addressed is the National Treasury regulations, especially 19.5.2. We need to look into that one very closely. Another thing, because they say a law of the fool, I'm not referring to anyone here, but I'm just making a statement. A law of the fool is where a person does the same thing and hope to get a different result. And unfortunately, that is what has been happening. We have been doing the same thing over and over again. Since I came here, I was told about this problem, and today we're talking about it again. So it means it's not going away. Something needs to be done, as in yesterday. Lastly, on the issue of, on the issue of disposing the buildings will open further growth of the economy. I think to a certain extent, I would like to agree with you on that one, because there are some buildings that you feel they cannot be used any longer. So therefore, they need to be disposed. There's a saying that says, if your partner beats you for the first time, it's your fault. But if they beat you for the second time, it's their fault if they beat you for the first time, but if they beat you for the second time, it is your fault. Why do you stay in that relationship, in that abusive relationship? So I think as the department and as a committee, we need to really, really come up with a solution, and one of them is addressing National Regulations 19.5.2. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I will start off by saying I'm also very much interested in the asset register. And if it could be provided for the portfolio committee, divided in the 9 provinces, then it's much easier to go through it. Going there, I'm also much interested in the 80,000 properties that have maybe buildings or other, could be other like reservoir or stuff on it. And then I'm particularly interested in the 27,000 pockets of land. Now, if land is not used for more than 20 years or 30 years, it is quite clear it's not going to be used in future. Land could be proclaimed as a property of Public Work National for like in 1961. And if it's not used up to now, it won't be used in future because developments in towns and cities has taken a new direction, and where it was proclaimed that for a certain purpose is not applicable anymore. So it would make sense for the department and the portfolio to come up with a recommendation to offer these 27,000 pieces of land to the third sphere of government, if they're interested, and they can get it either at the municipal value or a lesser value. That way, it lessens the liability on the Public Works Department for paying taxes on those land that is unutilized. Municipalities could use it either for infrastructure, parking lots, depots for themselves as a municipality. There's definitely a need for pockets of land within their jurisdiction area to be bought. So, and then we through with that process, then we can actually give it to for interest to buy by the second sphere of government, that is provinces. They can indicate yes, no, or what they're interested in. But to keep on hanging on to 27,000 pockets of land that is a liability and brings no income is stupidity. If you're in the banking, the banker would have said to you, this is stupidity, and you get rid of it immediately. So that's my recommendation to the department as well as to the portfolio committee, that we look at that and move forward in this term of 5 years and see what we actually can achieve in this regard. Thank you.
Members, the second batch will be Mahlangu, Ubab Gama, Aradi, please don't abuse the platform. You'll be the last one on this batch.
Point of order, Chairperson. You mentioned my name and then speak of abuse in the same sentence. It's worrying.
Mahlangu, you can start, then Radi will finish.
Thank you very much, Chair. And again, greetings to everyone present in the meeting. Well, Chair, I have only a few questions, if not 2 or 3. The first question is we must first acknowledge, Chair, that in the midst of problems that we have, infrastructural problems that we have, and in the midst of buildings that are left across the country, we must acknowledge buildings that are dilapidating in the bad state. We must acknowledge the President for signing the expropriation bill so that it allows the government to purchase property needed for public purposes. Hopefully, it will also assist in challenges that we have in relation to property and accommodation for our departments, so forth and so on. Number 2, Chair, on the issue of asset optimization, I think we'll require uniformity and consistency when we are applying this process. And hopefully it's not going to be, for an example, we have departments that are owing public works or owing PMTE. Now, you are saying that this thing, it must not be done for departments to continuously owe us. For an example, you want to house departments, but when you house departments, they're still going to continue not paying you. Or perhaps it's going to be asset optimization, they're going to be given under departments. Those buildings that are directly going to be owned by the department or by those departments. For an example, if correctional services has been given the building to occupy, who's going to be responsible to maintain that building, so forth and so on, or it's still going to be the duty of public works? Because we might not address the issue that we have now, but we will be running away from private sector to say, we are running away from private sector to be exposed that we are owing them. But hence we do not address the real matter here. Number two, Chair, on the department failing to maintain their buildings, I just want to check, why have we kept unused buildings? Why we did not sell these buildings or auction these buildings? Why we continuously kept them? For an example, if you go, when we conducted our oversight there in Pretoria, in front of offices of public works, we have an old building that is dilapidating there, a building that belongs to public works, in front of our offices. And it tells us that we can't even manage our own buildings. We even leave them to the die state. So I'm just saying, if you are unable to continuously maintain these buildings, even in the process of optimizing these assets, can't others resell them? And we deal with those we are able to manage them as the department. Number, Chair, not the last one, before I'm raising this last one. On the issue of repurposing and repositioning of PMTE, hopefully, Chair, is going to be done with speed. Because it can't be a lip service only speaking about optimizing and repositioning PMTE to address all our challenges, but it's not happening. Let it happen within the speed. I'm not sure whether the speed of a flight or a speed of what, of a bullet, but can it happen so that it can't be a lip service? The last one, Chair. I'm worried, I'm not sure whether the department, I don't want to separate them, whether the department or the minister and the department, let me say it like that, I'm not sure whether I'm sounding well. They are not taking this committee serious. For an example, DG, if you check your attendance together with the minister is not appealing to this committee. Out of 10 meetings that we have attended, you will find that only 50%, if not 40% you have attended. The minister is West just attended maybe 1% of our meetings. So I'm just of the view whether the department does not take us serious or whatsoever. But today I'm just happy that DG is here. Hopefully they will improve in their attendance. But in relations with the minister, we must never, in any case, allow the minister to address us as the committee. Because the minister is not a pastor. He can't come here and address us always and leave, or come online and address us and leave, without him accounting on anything. Because the minister is not the police to go and investigate also issues and write letters, statements, speaking about the corruption that we don't know. He's the Minister of Public Works and he must focus on public works. If there are corruption charges or anything, can they be referred to relevant people to deal with those things? He's not a police officer, neither a traffic officer or a law enforcer or whatsoever. He must not behave like that. And if you want to continuously disrupt this committee, it's not going to happen. And we're not going to allow him to do that. He's the Minister of Public Works, not even the Minister of whosoever. And he's accountable to this committee. He must account to this committee. And he must not try us in any case. Thank you very much, Chair.
No, I have been sabotaged. Thank you very much, Chair. Just to continue with the questions, the first issue is just a procedural issue. We were expecting the National Treasury to be here. There's somebody using fingerprints here. We were expecting the National Treasury to be here, and I didn't hear that there was an apology or anything related to them. But the main issues, they really relate to the approval by the National Treasury. For them not to agree to a full cost recovery model for PMTE, it undermines the principles of asset life cycle management, because you cannot pay rates and subsidize other government departments and do maintenance for them in a less than satisfactory approval regime. So the National Treasury should be the one that comes in and accounts also as to why these things have been allowed to go on for such a long time. The other issue is that the National Treasury seems to have final approval on a number of things and a number of procurement events and transactions, including the entering into lease agreements with the private sector by government departments, where they undermine the DPWI. Instead of entering into lease agreements with DPWI, they go and enter into higher cost lease agreements with the private sector. And they're allowed to do that, and it appears that provincial treasuries as well as national treasury, they have to approve those things before they happen. And those things are allowed, knowing fully well that there are parcels of land that are owned by the Department of Public Works that remain underutilized or unutilized. So I think that's very, very important that we look at that. And then it looks like there's a historic agreement with the National Treasury that there would be a 15% escalation on the tariffs per annum. But that has not been honored and not enforced by the National Treasury on this department, which is why the National Treasury is so important to be in this meeting. Because I don't know, maybe you guys are just alleging that they agreed to this and they now don't enforce it. Maybe it's not true. Maybe you guys are just saying these things because the National Treasury is not here. I don't know. But you are saying the growth has been limited to 5% per annum, and therefore the shortfall continues to rise as a result of under-recovery over a sustained period of time. So for me, I think that is important. Because if that is what the National Treasury is allowed, they should then allocate a budget to the Public Works Department to subsidize the under-recovery. Because it's a principle that needs to be followed up. But then going forward, I think it's probably not a haphazard thing. You want to go forward with the repositioning without necessarily addressing the historic imbalances. You need to address the historic issues first. And maybe, I don't know which other departments need to come into play, like planning and monitoring and evaluation. so that within government, there is a sustained effort to deal with these issues. When I looked at the CFO's model, I think it was only the TMRE that was paying full recovery. All of the other departments are not, and I don't know why only the TMRE. Maybe they're using mining money to deal with this. And then in the repositioning, how do you make sure that the land will get redistributed to the previously disadvantaged? That black economic empowerment becomes a cornerstone of that redistribution, so that those land parcels, they don't go to a private sector that is already advantaged, that already has the money. How will you make sure that you deal with this particular issue? But also in repurposing, I heard you saying that you do not want to compete with the property companies. Why not? The DPW is kondla. You can, in fact, compete with those entities and get for the country the kinds of transformational objectives that those private sector companies are unable to do. So do have a look at that, because I think there is a lot of money that is available privately that could assist the DPW when it has a project pipeline which has got a project value like the one that you are dealing with. So do look at that. And then I think for me, I really cannot overemphasize that the National Treasury seems to have wide-ranging powers, but those wide-ranging powers, they are jeopardizing the very government department of the DPWI instead of helping it. And incorrect decisions are being made, and they undermine this full cost recovery principle. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. That was Honorable Siyabonga Gama, who was the chief executive of Transnet Freight, and in 2005, he turned it from a loss-making entity into a multi-billion rand profit-making entity. So I think we should take careful note of what he's saying. Now, colleagues, you know, in India, you never kill a cow. They don't kill cows in India. And the reason why they do that, and they treat cows as sacred, worship cows, is that cows, as long as they are alive, will give you milk during its lifespan. And so you take care of the cow that gives you milk. Almost the same as the story about the goose that lays the golden egg. We don't kill the cow, and we don't kill the goose. But what we have been doing here is we've been killing both the cow and the goose in these departments. I want to begin by saying that we acknowledge today from the presentation and from the words of Honorable Mare, that there are unused buildings and properties in the ownership of this department. We accept that. But this minister of ours went on public record to say that there was no such thing. And the fact that he denied it tells me that he is totally oblivious of the livid realities on the ground. So I want to advise his people that are here. I see there's a new man that's come now. The new man of the ministers, advise him that he must take advice from our officials who know what they're doing. They've been here for a long time. You know, I don't have a problem with matriculants, because I was an educator myself. And I tell you, when we went through matric, Kozeni, Deputy Minister, also, it was not easy for us. We didn't have shoes, we didn't have clothes to wear, we walked to school, rainy weather, no umbrellas, and when we finished matric, it was a great achievement for us. But when you come from a privileged point, a privileged community, where you have all these...
Please, can we do clarity seeking questions?
Yes, I'm coming to that.
Please.
So this matriculant of a minister who comes from white privilege, he should go back to school. Now, coming back to this, I think, Chair, we need to commend this powerful initiative. In fact, I will be so bold as to say that the DG should move from here into ESCOM, because we must compare ourselves to the private sector. Why? Look at the monopoly we have. We have a portfolio that has 80,000 buildings, 27,000 pieces of land, and the total value of our property is 154 billion rands. Show me one business person in this country that can claim to have such an asset base. And if we cannot turn this into a success using business principles, then something is severely wrong with us. We need to now start to benchmark against the private sector and make this entity work. So I want to welcome this initiative and to say that this is an example of what other government units can achieve when they embrace what we call self-sustainability and sound business principles. We must demand that other departments also do the same thing. So I want to compliment the team and congratulate you for this. Which brings me to my second point. Just last week, we were with DTI, and we praised them for their turnaround strategy. The chairperson was there, and he said to us what they're doing to turn around DTI. And lo and behold, few days later, this same minister fires that chairperson. Now, I want us to be aware of this because I'm concerned about the stability of what we're hearing and what we're seeing. If we have somebody who is the minister who can willy-nilly make these changes without understanding the impact it has, not only to this parliament, but to the people of South Africa. Now, the PMT presentation clearly shows us a different path, one that redefines how a government entity can generate revenue instead of just consuming it. So I want to go straight to my questions, Chairperson. Let's look at the first one. Given the current minister's apparent tendency to bypass departmental expertise, what measures are in place to ensure the long-term stability and credibility of this unit's work? We don't hear tomorrow that this unit has been abolished or the unit has been removed. It can well happen. Can you outline any safeguards that protect strategic objectives from shifting political priorities or unstructured decision-making? Number two, how is the department leveraging existing underutilized public or government-owned buildings for social housing initiatives? The same minister denied that there was such a thing, and so we went back 100 years. But now we've accepted that he was wrong. What specific policies or partnerships are being developed to expedite the conversion of these properties into habitable, affordable housing units, especially for the poor? And finally, to improve efficiency and accountability, is the department benchmarking any processes against proven private sector models? If so, could you share examples of how these best practices have been adapted to suit public service standards and constraints? I thank you, Chairperson.
3 minutes. Who was counting? Bath, you'll start. Kobe, you'll follow. Mankosi, you'll be the last one. I think everybody's covered after that.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you very much to the PMTE and the DPSA for your presentations. My question, I think I've been largely covered by the members that have spoken so far. But the one issue that the head of PMT raised was that of the enormous amount of space demanded by government departments and there being a limited supply in terms of what Public Works owns. My question is around space norms. I know that when I worked in the department, basically an office could be about 30 square meters or 25 square meters, whereas if you look at other countries, some countries of which we are going to potentially go to on study tours to, you see their office space being about 6 to 8 square meters per desk. So I'm just wondering, can we not, through ergonomics, and I think this is something that the DPSA and Public Works work together on in terms of space norms when it comes to planning how much space our government departments need in terms of office space. Then I also want to commend, because obviously, the operationalization of the PMTE has been ongoing since 1999, I believe. And I see that the department is making efforts to bring about new strategies, new ways of working, innovation, which is great. I wanted to find out, in terms of your build, operate, transfer methodology, are there any examples out there that we could perhaps study as a committee to see, if there is any success in that regard so far, or is this just still a work in progress? And then to the head of PMTE, I just want to say, I noted recently that 27 properties have been put out by the department for disposal. So, Honourable Reddy, there are properties that are being disposed, although that is a small number in terms of the amount of properties Public Works owns, but it's a good start. Does the department have a disposal strategy? I think if we could view that disposal strategy, we'd be able to see what direction the department is taking in terms of relooking or optimizing its asset portfolio. I also want to reiterate the issue with National Treasury and the minimum, well, the cost recoveries. I mean, it's scary to see that some departments are paying as little as 21 cents a square meter. Yeah, we need to address that. I think that the model that exists is not going to work if that's how it's going to be done. And I think even a 20% escalation over 5 years, I mean, ESCOM, we just got an escalation of 11% in 1 year. So I don't see how Public Works or the PMTE can become self-sufficient if we don't address that. But I think, Chairperson, that's all I have to say. I just wanted to find out, Chair, are we going to take resolutions at the end, or? Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. I think I've been largely covered by my colleagues, but I worry that this department that is central to the execution of the mandate of DPWI is shortchanged. You are supposed to be the maintenance hand of the biggest landlord in South Africa, and you are not even given the latitude to make a determination of your billing and maintenance costs, because that's how we determine why we place the type of rent that we do to our client departments. So I really worry about that. And I also worry mostly, I think we've been using the self-sustainability as an oxymoron, especially for your hand and your department, because you are not in any stretch of the imagination self-sustaining. You are dependent on every other department, and we've seen that all the other departments, for them to pay you and make effective payments and lift you out of the 14 billion rand debt, they need to have their budgets in place. But there's a sustainable cut of budgets across all departments. So effectively, you are not self-sustainable. You are dependent on your client department to execute on your mandate. I'd like for us to maybe look into, if this department has not started, to start re-looking into walking the contract with the client. So instead of having clients start to pay you at phase 4 of a project, they pay you just as they do in the private sector. When they want something done, they pay you immediately and you get it done as and when. And I think that's the one way that you can effectively manage the inflow and revenue of this department. Would like to speak about the disposal of assets and the strategy that my colleague here spoke about right now. How far can we ensure that the process of disposing of assets is insulated from corruption? I think this department has a history of previous or ex-employees having an inning or intel on the assets that are to be disposed. And because they've got prior intel, they're then able to really get a hold of these buildings that are to be disposed by the department. Can give you an example right now that in Limpopo they have placed a moratorium on the disposal of assets because previous employees find themselves owning a government buildings. So what strategy are we going to use to ensure that as we dispose of assets, there is insulation from corruption? But over and above that, that it also conforms to the transformation agenda of South Africa. That we are not giving, disposing of assets to people who already are endowed heavily with assets. So how do we then try to merge and balance the corruption and also conform to the transformation agenda? There's student accommodation that can be used, low-cost housing, plenty of South Africans that can use this land to sort of redress the imbalances of the past. So if this department can look into that. This one goes to the DPSA. I think in the opening remarks of the PMT, the head of PMTE, there was, grand plans to implement green building policies and all these things. But how capacitated are we in our department currently? You have been having engagements from 2016 and they're ongoing. When will we see a finalization of the ongoing engagements? How does the current structure look like? And what limitations with the current organizational structure do you have as PMTE to actually execute on your mandate? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Sorry. Just one more, sorry, Chair. This is sorry, just one more, ma'am. Loves you. So very important, I'd like to register that recently, one of our members from Action SA did a site inspection at Guatemala Police Station, and it was in a horrendous state. And when the police department approached Public Works said they needed land. And so the Council of Ekurhuleni had given us land, so which is a big achievement and we're excited about it. But because we've got 5 incomplete projects, police stations, at the current moment, I want to ask the department, in terms of their commitment, how feasible do you see this happening? It's a huge achievement for us as a 1% party. So you can imagine, if we can execute that, then maybe we'll come back with more numbers.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. The disadvantage of speaking last is this. Everything has been said by my colleagues. But I keep quiet, Chair. One must join Honorable Mahlangu by raising a serious concern about the non-attendance of our minister. That one, Chair, really, we want to register our serious concern that the minister seemingly is not taking us seriously. And he forgot that he's accounting to this committee. We must appreciate the DM, Honorable Chair, who's forever with us. He's with us most of the time. Even if today we said no apology, we are rejecting his apology, but he's forever with us. You can attest to that. Most of the time he's attending us. And second to that, Chair, the National Treasury, it is quite correct that the National Treasury was supposed to be here, and he's not here, and you don't know why. We didn't receive even the apology from them. And it must be raised with them that we are dissatisfied the way they do things, because we needed them to be here. With regards to the optimization, we don't have any problem with that. My colleagues has just said. But Chair, can we get a framework that indicate as to how are they going to identify assets that needs to be optimized? as this portfolio committee, like the one that was raised by Comrade Honorable Kobe with regards to the 27 asset that needs to be disposed. We need to know how are they going to do that. The department or PMT will keep on crying about the department that is not having enough money. And knowing very well that there's too much money that is owned by other departments outside. And I don't know, probably they can tell us the strategy of collecting those monies. Is the minister having any strategies? It's a pity because DG, the minister, is not here. Is the minister having any strategy to talk maybe with other ministers or engaged other ministers with regards to that, so that they can come closer and pay their services there? And the user charges, you won't realize the money if you are charging like this. I think my colleague said that we must look at they must look at the user charges as the department. Because when you look at the assets that needs to be, or building that needs to be maintained, how are they going to do this if they are continuing like this? You know, Chair, sometimes it's bit difficult for us, but we are at work. There's nothing that you can do. To come to the meeting and speak one and the same thing. We are speaking one and the same thing every time, but there's nothing that is happening. Can you request the department to make sure that if we are making proposals here, they must take those proposals very serious and look at them, because we are trying to assist them. Chair, I will end there, or I will just stop there. But thank you for the presentation that was presented before us by the department. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. Allow me to call on Ines to raise few issues.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think one of the issues that the department needs to actually clarify is, and I think members have mentioned that the National Treasury is not here, but what was the actual reasoning behind the devolution of the budgets from the client department, from Public Works to the client departments in 2006? Was there an actual modeling done to see if this type of devolution of the funding from the actual department that's responsible for construction, infrastructure, maintenance, etc., which was Public Works and now Public Works and Infrastructure, to client departments, where they then do not follow what was to become the Government Immovable Asset Management Act number 19 of 2007, which is known in its short form as GIAMA. Because in GIAMA, the departments are required to actually provide the Department of Public Works with user asset management plans for between a 3-year to 5-year period, to say, from this year to that year, we will require this portion of accommodation, for example, in such square meterage over such a period of time at such a cost. But what the departments are also required to do in terms of GIAMA is, if they have finished with a building, they no longer require it. They are required to contact Public Works and return the building and say, we are done with it. But there have been periods, especially with SAPS, for example, where if they're done with a police station, I think one time I actually tried to find that out a couple of years ago. I phoned the police station and they were in the process of moving out, and Public Works had no idea because they did not tell them. So that is one of the things that both DPSA, SA, National Treasury and Public Works needs to actually explain to the committee what was the rationale in 2006 to do that devolution. The other issue is that, let me just look at my notes. It says here on slide 25 that in 2006, when these accommodation charges were allocated to the client's budget, this intention was that it would grow, as the member said, by 15%. But now we learned that it grew by 5%. What was the rationale there as well? Because what is currently happening in terms of the meetings that the Public Works and Infrastructure, for example, has had on this issue over the years is that every year we hear that the maintenance and the accommodation charges budget deficit grows in the billions. I think in its last annual performance plan, the department indicated that it had reached almost 30 billion. So that is what needs to be actually responded to by both the department, particularly National Treasury, as well as the DPSA. The other is that when the DPSA decided to evaluate the structure of the property management trading entity, what model did it use? Did the DPSA just use a model to say, okay, this is a trading entity, we'll use the same model that we use as a department? Because the trading entity and how a trading entity operates and how a department operates are different. And was there a different modeling used to actually ensure that the trading entity then has the proper required staff that are I don't want to say competent. That's not the word I want to use. That are actually yes, in terms of for example, with leasing, you need leasing specialists. You need property lawyer specialists. You need QC, quantity surveyor specialists within the property management trading entity itself, so that when the property management trading entity enters, for example, these negotiations with the private sector, that they are not at a disadvantage where property lawyers within the private sector can take advantage of maybe not having the enough of the skilled required personnel within the department. One of the issues is that, if I'm not mistaken, when we were on oversight, Infrastructure South Africa mentioned that it had done an evaluation of the staff component of the department and that a report was actually available. I don't know if I've got my facts correct, because we were supposed to receive this report from ISA regarding the evaluation of the staff of Public Works. So I'm hoping that that report actually exists. The issue of the, hang on. I'm concerned that the department is indicating that it's now looking at or re-evaluating its leasing model from between 9 and 11 years to up to 25 years, but then mentioned 99 years. Because how are you going to model the correct escalation of having a 99-year lease? If I'm not mistaken, the department in the past mentioned that, for example, there have been leases, and I don't know if those leases have been undone, where a lease is 10 Rand, for 99 years. And I think some of that was actually related to certain farms, etc. So I don't know if the department has managed to renegotiate those leases. Mention was made, for example, by the head of the PMTE or the CFO that the Correctional Services has no budget for maintenance in the Western Cape. How does that happen? And what is the effect going to be on the department to actually execute its mandate if there is no budget allocated. So then we return then again to the issue of National Treasury, because if the CFO indicated as well, I think, as the head of the PMT, that there was a growth in the portfolio, but a reduction of accommodation charges. So so that means that if your portfolio is growing, if it escalates at the correct percentage per square meter, then you should be actually able to be making money as a PMTE. But if I'm not mistaken, at the last annual report, 2002-2003, there was you had a overdraft, an overdraft that is actually making it a concern about whether the PMTE how is it going to remain a going concern if it has these large outstanding amounts of accommodation charges that the departments are not paying it. So basically that would be my, and if I'm not mistaken, at one point you mentioned that you were going to use the Rode report to actually use it as a baseline in terms of how you're going to review and charge these user charges at a more market-related rate, and if that is actually, if that has actually happened. Thank you.
Thank you, Ines. Oh, are you being excused by your DM? Are you not part of those who must respond? Okay. Thank you, Ines. As a member as well of the committee, I've got to raise few number of issues that I want to express my disappointment. But let me start by welcoming the two presentations that I will join my colleagues to say, they give hope, they reflect life, but it's unfortunate, anything can happen. I want to concur with Radi that, to be honest, DG, I don't know whether your staff, when they come back, they don't report to you. Maslelo, you were part of us. I believe you have briefed DG. The chief of staff in the office of the minister was part of us last week. My disappointment is that last week we deliberated further. The main issue that even made us to make a resolution to say next week we'll resume again for IDT matters is that the trust or the board of trustee does not correct. They only have 7 members. And with 7 members, there's nothing, no decision that they can take, meaning they are running short of 1 member, irrespective of questions that can be asked, why for long they were not 12 and all the stuff. And one of our resolution is that we are calling the minister to do an addition in terms of the appointment of the ministerial position. The chairperson clearly on record explained to us he went through the normal process of advertisement, being interviewed. He's not appointed as a ministerial appointee. The appointment letter, it was wrongly done. And your representative from the department, they concurred with us. But after we get it starting from media, before it could even reach my office, we get it from the media that you have released the 2, which is the chairperson and the other one, then you have appointed. What is it that we have done? What difference does it make? It's a fruitless, wasteful exercise. Still, the board does not correct. So are you telling us from now until July, when their term lapse, IDT won't be operational? IDT will, for us as a committee, will never call them, because if we call them, who are they reporting to if their board of trustee does not correct? There were a number of issues that were raised that needed their board to deal with the matters. Then you are telling us, you are running us redundant. We can't do our oversight because of advices, DG. I'll be specific to you that you give to the minister. I believe that you have been in the department. You know better. It is your advice. It cannot be anyone's advice, but it must be your advice, because you have a role for yourself to advise the minister correctly. You cooperate as well. Then it means, members, there's no need for us to resume next week. Why should we resume? Already minister has made a decision that will never resolve anything. Our issue to call him next week is, it was for us to plead or make a resolution as a committee. As part of our work, we are doing oversight, for him to try and rectify and allow IDT to operate. DG, I'm raising this, it's not part of this item, but I'm raising it because you are part of us today. Now, I'll be honest with you, members, I don't see it being an advice from anyone, but it's a responsibility of the Director General. If the minister does anything that is contrary, the Director General has a role to advise with his Department of Corporate. Therefore, it means the Director General does not do his work. He's failing us. Secondly, honorable members, with the issue of Treasury, we decided not to talk about the apology of Treasury. There are two reasons. One, since we've ascended this portfolio since last year, we've been inviting Treasury. It has never availed itself. Even in today's meeting, we've invited them. Their apology is very general. It says all officials are busy with budget, preparation of a budget. It does not even say the minister, the executive, or all of them. Therefore, who are we supposed to say has apologized? We decided not to talk about the apology. We've invited them in a number of cases. We've got the issue of rebuilding of parliament, possibilities that even next week we won't sit because they are not available as well. A rebuilding of parliament is DPSA, Treasury, DPWI, and parliament. They are not available. The first people to apologize is Treasury. On the issue of the minister, honorable members, I'll propose to yourselves that we'll write to the speaker. If you allow us, we can write, if it's not a recommendation or a resolution of the committee, to write to the speaker that we are experiencing and observing being undermined by the minister. And we can't count a meeting where we connected him when he was in, whether it was China. Because on that one, we needed him when we're dealing with legislation. He is the only one who has powers to present legislation. There's nothing that will do if he does not present it. We gave him an option. That was not even part of our resolution. We said no one must join virtually. But because we needed him to present virtually, we allowed that. And I want to reiterate, even last week at DM, it's unfortunate You have been members of parliament, members of legislatures. Our sittings, they are programmed by chair of chairs. We are given by chair of chairs. We did not choose Wednesday. And if every Wednesday you have cabinet committees or you have cabinet, therefore it means Public Works will never play its oversight. And it's not our choice. So it's up to you, executive, to decide and prioritize. We can't choose for you, we'll proceed. Every day, members, I'm receiving letters from the office of the minister to change a date. I can't. I've never chosen Wednesdays. It was allocated to us. Every time when we call a meeting, he suggests we change a date. And a second day within a week is subject to approval of chair of chairs. And the chair of chairs tells you, honorable chairs, we have given you a rooster to say which committees sit when, which committees does not sit. The slot is occupied. We have a crisis that DPWI is the one that knows. We don't have venues. Last week we were packed like sardines in that venue. Because of us, DPWI, why are we having a problem is that they'll rather give all other portfolios a venue than to give us, because we are the custodians of making it a point that we get a venue, DG. So what is it that you are subjecting us to? And all these things, they come to your head, DG. And I'm not going to beat around the bush and say, maybe the minister this and that, but you have a role to advise. That's your responsibility. Every cabinet meeting, does it want DPWI? Every second week, DPWI has an agenda in the cabinet. It can't be correct. So what are you subjecting us to? But one thing that we'll do, we'll write to the speaker. And we'll end there. We'll see what will happen. But to the issue of unfinished project, that's your role. I think you have got proper responses. The whole country, outside there's a notion, DPWI does not finish projects. You appoint a contractor, does not finish, the contractor runs away. You appoint the second one, does the same, the third one does the same. Then tell us, what is your strategy? Whose problem is that? Is it of a contractor, or it's yourself as a project person that must manage a project? Why all contractors will have to run away from the site? What is it that you have identified, or you are doing it wrong? And mostly, to be honest, you are dealing with emerging young business contractors. What is your problem in terms of the projects? Have you listened? Letlape was even telling you, you are doing nothing. You project 10 projects, they will be unfinished for the entire year. There's nothing that you have achieved. What's wrong? How many police stations are crying about your services? It's DPWI. What's the problem? And don't even bring a response of, you know, those, I can't remember that word, you call them what? Those who are hijacking project. Construction mafias. No, we don't want that response. You must also do self-introspection to yourselves. What's wrong? you have got two departments, and those departments, they are very critical. Sibandi, correctional service and justice. You have unfinished project of courts, high courts. You have got correctional service that does not even pay you even closer. It owes you a lot. What's the story behind? But it will be responded by the rate that you are saying Treasury has approved. Treasury allows you to give a lower rate as a government than private property. You have a higher rate. Then you are telling us already, when you agree to that, it means you are accepting, you are not providing a proper accommodation. In your presentation, because you could even say it loudly, you are telling us you are giving department accommodation that is of a low class. That's why you agree yourself and DPSA and Treasury to make those rates. It's a very lower class. DPSA, you are saying you are supporting them, you are with them, you are giving them all the necessary support, but why do you agree? Are you also saying you are recognizing that your accommodation is a lower class, then charge this rate? It's not suitable to be accommodating departments, but private leases, they are suitable. You can take them at a high price. What's the story behind? Maybe now I think you must start with yourselves. You are giving us more issues that you are identifying outside, but you're within, you don't do a self-intro. You have a challenge on your own. It's not from outside. You are even telling us in last year, in 2024, Cabinet has approved the state immovable asset optimization strategy. Which month? In your presentation, you don't even tell us when, which month. Then have you started to implement that? Because immediately when you are approved, it means it's in operational. So does it work for you? How many months have you been using that strategy? Does it bear fruits? You are not specific. You know, the other part is that Ines tried to cover me. The Government Immovable Asset Management Act, it looks like it does not say anything, does not empower you to take decisions. Maybe from where I'm sitting, a layman person who might not understand these issues of law, can you elaborate it further? Which powers does it give you? If your sister department cannot be enforced to pay you with this act, if your treasury does not even try to make a different way for you to be paid so that you can service and do better. You are telling us, you know, one of the reasons that when we try to talk amongst ourselves as members is that when we asked, what's the reason why you are not paying DPWI as correctional service, you are told the boilers are not working. You see, in prison, there's a lot of work with boilers and wara, but you are not maintaining. Today, you are telling us the maintenance budget, they don't have maintenance. Who maintains between you and the department that you are, your client department? And why, when you sit with treasury, does not transfer maintenance and money for rent to you direct? Why does it take? Why are you not convincing each other? Because when you present to us, it's like you are a proper traker. You understand each other, but it seems like it's not correct. those issues that you are raising, when you say you sit with Treasury and agree, there were issues that you were supposed to have agreed upon, and you were not supposed to bring them to us. But you are bringing them to us, but when you present, you look like a proper troika that understand each other. Yes, man. How are you convincing Treasury? So now I'm not even sure in Treasury who's responsible to deal with you, because each and every department has got different directorate, but Treasury just tells us everybody in Treasury is busy with budget. They're not available. So how are you really working together? Let me pause there and allow you to respond, but I want the two DMs to decide which department start, and allow the two DMs to make their remarks, whether you'll make at the end after your people has responded or otherwise. But Batu, the main problem is your project, unfinished project. And also don't forget, Monday, the asset register. When you make projections of whatever, the 2 billion and what, it means you've got an asset register. How do you do that projection if you don't have an asset register? To yourself, two DMs.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. We will start first because our issues, not that they are not important, but if they are not taken care of, they may have unintended consequences to the performance of the department. We really appreciate the inputs by members of the Portfolio Committee, and the call the committee is making to all of us is agility, to rise to the occasion and make sure that we move with speed, having looked at where we come from with this process. Of course, just going into Honorable Mululeki's issue, and then responding generally on some of the things that we are picking up, which the DG and Mr. Chivase will also take. The looking at the vision of the department and how they want to turn the PMT, it already tells you that the current form of the PMTE is not in line with what the department is looking at. So obviously we need to do proper assessment in line with the vision of the department and how they want to reimagine the PMTE, and then do feasibility, and then be able to support with a structure that is appropriate. So that's one of the things that we have to do, considering that even on their proposal, there are areas where they are proposing outsourcing certain activities and functions which may have an impact on the current structure. Of course, Chair, we are responsible for norms, space norms and standards. There's a unit in our department that is responsible for that, and I think we need to bring back a comprehensive information to the Portfolio Committee on how we deal with that, looking at what was presented, the challenges that have been flighted today as we were presenting, and Public Works was also presenting. If you allow me, Chair, let me give over to the DG and Bochivas.
Thank you, Chair. I think there's just two issues from our part that we I think we have to follow up with the DM's response. The first one relates to the trading entity model and why. So the trading entity model is a PFMA matter. It's not a Public Service Act matter. So I think Treasury can answer that question much more better. Why a trading entity, not any other model that could be there? That's the first thing. What we did as DPSA was to work with them around, at the time, 2016, to support them to function. And there was an interim structure that was approved. There's a process that we follow, working with an affected department to approve. It's like when we do NMOC, the new departments, when president creates or closes departments. So we follow a particular process with that department to ensure that there's an approved interim structure for the department to operate on. So what happened in this case is that since that interim structure that was approved in 2016, PMT had not come back to DPSA with a structure for approval. And having said that, I said that earlier on, we are working with them on that because through the department, because it is a gap that needs to be closed. But now ideas have changed even around the form as they were presented by the colleagues. Hence, those things will require a detailed process of feasibility and etc. And again, it's a process that must involve National Treasury. Because even with any form of a structure, those that are in the Public Service Act, there must still be concurrence with National Treasury in respect to that particular issue. So I just thought, let me clarify that as DPSA, we really don't decide that this becomes a trading entity or whatever. Treasury through PFMA does that, and we provide support from a point of view of the organizational structure. On the charges that the accommodation that is lower class, in fact, Chair, if I may say, today I discovered something, and thank you for inviting us to this meeting, about the rates that are being paid by departments. I discovered that we are one of the highly charged departments as a small department. We are paying 192 rands per square meter as a very small department with very small budget. But we also do have a good building because it's a new green building that Public Works has delivered to us, so that we should appreciate. It has its own challenges. I'm not going to speak about them here, but we do appreciate that. So we do not take any part as DPSA in discussions that have to do with rates. Those are issues they engage with Treasury without us as DPSA, so we don't know. I'm empowered with this information I discovered today. Thank you, Chairperson, very much.
Thanks, Chair. I thought the DG and the DM have covered me, but whether the rules that we apply on the configuration of a department and a government component applies to this, the model that has been used. So we apply a different set of rules for something that is not a government department or a government component, but we are still within the audit practice and principles that are adopted in South Africa. That's how we guide. Because beyond the work that we do for government departments, we also assist public entities and also assist Chapter 9 institution in the configuration of the organizational structure. So we apply different set of rules when it comes to different organization. And we also treat each and every organization on merit. So on this case, hence we are not talking the normal language that we use on government departments like your service delivery model, but we are talking the operating, which might be similarities, operating model based on the complexity of the mandate given to the PMTE. Thanks, Chair.
DM, how you covered with your team? DPSA? Members, do you have a follow-up on their responses? Level?
Chair, I asked about when do they envision finalizing the organizational structure of that, and I don't think I've received a response.
DPSA.
Chair, it depends when we get the structure from PTME.
PMTE.
PMTE. We once the process of the structure, so the department when they are ready with the structure writes to the minister from that other side writes to our minister, and our minister refers it to the department. We do an analysis of that and we give a feedback. The department still works with us even before they submit, because we have to provide some support and advise them on the matter. But the actual formal process is that once they are ready, their minister submits to our minister refers it to the department. Immediately, the team works on it. Turnaround times depend on if there are issues that are identified in the structure, in the proposed structure. What is the turnaround time of the department? There are structures that have sat in our system for years because there's disagreement between what has been identified as issues from our side that must be resolved, as well as what the department wants. For instance, the department will say, I want to create this is now a generic department, will say, I want to create a DDG post in the office of the DG. And we would say, no, you cannot create a DDG post in the office of a DG, because a DDG post is a controlling post. It has to be out of the office. At the most, in the office of the DG, you can have somebody who's leading that office at the chief director level, because DDG position has policy roles and it's a program, and it must report to the DG as a program. So a DG may feel that they want it the way they want it, and they still want to lobby and convince, and it takes forever. So in those cases, we would not move with that structure to the next level until those issues have been resolved. So I really can't give timelines, not because we are running away from it, but our commitment is that once a structure is received, it opens real conversations now with the department that is concerned, because we look at it, we'll say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, we suggest the following, go back and work on it, they come back, they agree, or there's engagements until we find each other, and then the process moves forward. We are guided by a directive that the departments have access to, because it's been issued in relation to the structures that we deal with as a department. Thank you.
Lelang, is that a new question or it's a follow-up of what you were supposed to?
Thank you, Chair. Just a follow-up of the follow-up on the response given. Chair, the DG welcome the explanation. However, it would be beneficial for this portfolio committee to say, in a normal situation, because we have not got a point where we say what PMT is raising, there is a dispute. Then we must know in a normal situation what happened. So as we engage moving forward, doing our work, we know how we can guide PMTE moving forward. Thank you so much.
I now delegate to Oscar. Thank you, Chair. Oscar, in a normal situation, how long do we take to process a structure for approval in a normal, for concurrence in a normal situation?
Thanks, Chair. In normal cases where there are no issues that we have to raise, because we do a lot of background work before the formalities, it takes 2 weeks for the MPSA to give response to a formal request submitted to the DPSA. If the groundwork have happened behind the scenes before the formalities, it takes 2 weeks. Chair, thanks.
Sure. But I think in this case, it looks like it can take 9 years. But honorable members, I'm doing this because I don't want us to lose touch with the two departments. Do we have any resolution relating to DPSA? In the absence of none, allow me, is that a resolution?
Chair, that 2-week period that they've given us, that have started engagement since 2016, we ask that it be started within the next 2 weeks. Thank you.
Now your resolution, I don't know whether it will be practical, but I said it looks like 9 years, more than 9. But honorable members, as you don't have any further, allow me to release UDM, what DPSA. Before she could leave, I want to make this remark. You know, seated where I am, some years back in 2011, I was made a mayor, and she was in front of that program for me to be a mayor. And when I was a mayor, I had to go and present something to them when she was still an MEC of Economic Development. And you know how she, because I was still very new, not having a better understanding, they chased me away, led by Comrade Castle Matal. So it, yeah. So the premier was DM Matal. I was told to go back, and I cried, literally. I cried. I felt like they made me a mayor, but they are not giving me a support. While I was on my way, halfway to Musina, I was called to come back tomorrow. And whatever that I presented, nothing changed, they accepted. So DM, apenduka matafula. But I'm who I am because of you, you trained me. Farewell, madam. DM Zikalala, you can take your part and your team.
No, thanks. And I think there are a number of questions that have been asked. It would be better that we allow the DG and relevant colleagues in the department to respond. I will then add if there will be a need.
Thank you very much. I think the chair is not here. I wanted to respond in her presence because she raised it. It's directed to me. Maybe let me answer it because there's no acting chair there. Can I
No.
Can I continue? Okay.
If we autopilot, DG.
All right, okay. Yeah. Maybe let me start by really thanking the inputs from the members and really appreciate the points, and we do indicate that we always take the portfolio committee very seriously. Maybe let me address a particular matter as housekeeping. As a DG, I'm not a politician, that's the first part. Two, the reason why I will never be the minister's advisor is because I've got specific roles in terms of my responsibility. I can't advise the minister. The minister, in terms of the ministerial handbook, gets given 2 advisors by the state so that he can be advised. So that then will take care of responding to the chairperson in respect of that. But however, I want to indicate that when we work with the minister, we really take all the issues and then we provide input in whatever capacity that can be required. So I just wanted to clarify that. And then 2, maybe the issue of the state assets or the land or the properties, while there's no probably explanation, I think we must appreciate that the state goes out everywhere and borrow money. And you know that when you want money, you must have a collateral. Now, the state cannot go to borrow money and say, we have nothing, we've sold everything. So it can't get money, okay? So I think you must also appreciate that part of our properties that we own as a state, they remain in the state asset register for such reasons. Obviously, National Treasury will find different instruments to get such loans that they want, and we need to protect some of the properties. I'll make an example. A thing like Robben Island, we'll never sell it. It's a serious state asset, Union Building. You just know that UNESCO has just given the status. So it's got a serious value attached to it. So it's also a state asset. Maybe let me just also indicate when we deal with, before I can just quickly highlight my input in respect of some of the questions raised by members, to say that the elephant in the room, Chairperson, is not necessarily us anymore, because we've raised these issues with you before. We indicated to this committee several times that National Treasury needs to come here. I think you as a committee failed to bring them here. In other words, what I'm trying to say, Chair, it is not very easy to really indicate that as a department, we are failing when you as a committee can't get National Treasury to this committee to really deal with these issues that are affecting us. Because at the end of the day, he who actually owns the purse makes the rules. So if National Treasury is not here, we're going to forever be unable to really respond to these issues. I think I want to even agree with the Honorable Zuide to say, you know, we can't do one and the same thing, expect a different result. As a department, we come here to account, you are responsible for us, and you make what I will call an oversight role on our behalf, on behalf of our people of South Africa. So if we come and cry to you, you can't help us. I think it can go as far as that. I think, let me just maybe emphasize that. And then the other part I want to indicate, when we talk about facilities that are having specialized sort of services or maybe assets, I'll just make an example for DCS so that the members can appreciate where the issue is. DCS, other than it being called a prison or a correctional center, there are certain things that are critical, Chairperson, that we need to indicate. While they've got cells where the inmates stay, they also have things like incinerators. Incinerators is where we burn the carcass, where they've slaughtered a sheep or a cow or something like that. It's an equipment that must be maintained. In terms of the law, environmental legislation, the NEMA Act, so you have to have these incinerators working and maintained to a particular. If they are not maintained, some people can go to jail. In this case, it will be myself, because in terms of the appointment around the OSH Act, which is Act 85, I'm the accounting officer and also a 16.1 appointee. So it becomes then a particular issue for me if incinerators are not maintained to the level as envisaged by that law. They also have bakeries. They bake bread, right? So they've got abattoirs. They slaughter animals. They've got large kitchens, which are bigger than hotels that you know. They've got piggeries. They've got water and wastewater treatment plants. Let me indicate the following on the water and wastewater treatment plants. This particular area, I think you'll hear the Minister of Water Affairs every year reading what we call the green drop, blue drop report. And this has got to comply with the legislation because it covers quite a number of issues. It's water where, for instance, a prison exists where there's no municipality closer. So we have to abstract water from a dam and treat it and give it to the inmates who are actually the properties of the state while they're actually in incarceration. So we have to make sure that they drink water that is actually in compliance with SANS 241. So we can't give them water that is substandard because they're going to get sick. And what happens, if that happens, then the state will be sued one way or other. When it comes to wastewater, again, when we dispose e-waste to the environment, again, there are people sitting in it downstream of that particular facility. We can't say government is polluting the environment, so we need to protect that. So if this is not happening or maintained, again, one person who can go to jail is myself directly in terms of the law. And then the other part that they also have is boilers. Boilers, they cook water, and they use water for many reasons in the prisons. And boilers have got specific requirement in terms of also the OSH Act around its compliance, Chairperson. And then in terms of hospitals, maybe just for Mr. Ngumalo to note, we don't do hospitals per se as public works. Hospitals are devolve a function to the provinces. And in respect of that, they also, hospitals are actually larger assets because they've got boilers, they've got all sorts of, they also have water plants as well that they look after. So it does actually cover that. Maybe let me just quickly go to Honorable Delanga, sorry. I think in as far as the budget shortfall is concerned, I think I've explained. We have explained, Chair, that the budget cuts are not a function of public works per se. It's National Treasury who sits somewhere without us, and we are told that we must cut the budget. I think that must be actually understood in that context. I think you appreciate that the President actually initiated, or let me just say launched a program of EPWP in the Eastern Cape. We pronounced 5 million jobs. Just after that, then there was a budget cut. Now, the question is, where do we feature in that respect? So I think those are things that needs to be, in my view, Chairperson, with respect, we need to get National Treasury to come to this committee to explain these answers for us so that at least we can be managed in a way that is going to be progressive. Maybe let's go to Honorable Letlhapeh. Thank you very much for the input and the questions about when we run the departments we don't want to maintain, and there are issues of private leases, etc. I do agree, Honorable Letlhapeh, there has to be talks around these issues. Like I've raised, I think you know who should be in that meeting in respect of those talks is National Treasury. And then we want to make sure that as we build capacity of the state also, it's an agreement that comes to the fact that when we have to employ people, again, luckily my DG is here, we've been told not to employ people for lack of a better word, cost containment. Okay, so that's basically one other area. I've got over 200 jobs that we've not been able to fill because of cost containment. Okay, not necessarily saying DPSA. They've been told by National Treasury not to allow us to fill positions. So I'm trying to raise those equally in that respect. So we need to make sure that these things are done in a particular manner. And then the issue of what informed the different charges on other institutions, I think Honorable Nxumalo have already answered you. They will never be the same. Other people like Home Affairs, they will need open offices where the public actually can interface in respect of that. But in a prison situation, in a court situation is not the same. So it's totally different. And then the shortfall of 27 billion, who will pay for it? I think the answer lies in all of us. We know who should pay it for this shortfall. It's taxpayers generally. But in the absence of Treasury giving this money, it becomes difficult. But I think Mrs. Bande really, he gave a good presentation to indicate certain things that we are doing. I think I want to indicate that the letting out strategy that we've started, I think Osinyele is here. She can add if she wants to add. We've started the letting out strategy, which says that there are houses that we own and buildings that we own that are easy to let out for them to be consumed or utilized so that we can get money. Already we've seen at least annually over 80 million rand coming into that one. And then the other one is that Mrs. Bande indicated also the issue of the 27 facilities that we are actually, we've opened the window, and I think it's closing around Mrs. Bande March. And those are big ones that we're looking at the private sector to come on board. I think as we see that one, I think there will be more windows opened for some of the strategic infrastructure for the state. Not that we are actually selling it. We want them to come up with proposals to make use of it in a manner that's going to sustain a government and also bring us income or input, the money in. Okay. Honorable Marais, I think the issue of the land parcels, 27,000 and the 80,000, and to be given to that spheres of government. I think we're already on that route. I think you'll appreciate, as recently as a few weeks back, we had an agreement with the city of eThekwini, where there's such engagement. But I think maybe, Chair, if that is allowed, I would really request that at some point, when the time permits, Mrs. Bande can give the full detail of those activities that we're already engaging in. Other municipalities, I think we'll be going through to actually get them. I know the city of Cape Town, there's some also engagement in respect of the same around the issue of working together to make sure that those assets, if that layer of government is actually able to utilize, we give that approach, sort of that support as public works, so that if they have use for it, then we can actually give it to them. Honorable Mahlangu, I like your opening of statement to say in the midst of all these challenges, you really said the president has signed the expropriation bill. Indeed, I think it will help a great deal in terms of making sure that whatever that we do as a state will not be hindered by the non-availability of property, etc., etc. So I think we are actually working on that with the Ministry of Energy or Electricity, in line with the issue of the power lines. As you may know, we're going to be constructing a big program as a state to actually ensure that we include what I will call the new players in the market in terms of renewables. So our grid is not actually able to consume all of that, is constrained. So for that to happen, we need to actually improve on the grid of South Africa to improve. So in doing so, we'll be requiring a lot of servitudes that has to be cleared as a state. I think your question about why we kept unused buildings and why don't we sell them, it's a very good question. There's a prison called Khalek, which was no longer used by correctional services, but it's still under them. When we went to go there, correctional services is not using it as a prison, it's using it to keep a certain group of specialized, if you like, we call them not soldiers, it's actually your warders who are dealing with heavily armed sort of inmates, and they are using it for that reason. But obviously, that was not changed in terms of public works. So I think there's a need, Honorable Mahlang, for public works to really review what those assets given to us clients are they also used for the same purpose. I think there's quite a number that have not been utilized. You know, I always like to make this example that Mrs. Band, there's a house, there's houses that we have in Umhlanga as an example. Those who stay in KZN, and Umhlanga is an upmarket area. I did a drive in a road called Portland, and I took advantage, the door was opened, and I went and asked this guy, who are you? And he says he works for defense. I said, what are you doing? He says, admin officer. I said, you are staying here? Yes, I'm staying here. Where are you from? I'm from Nkandla Khaya. Uhlala wedwa, 4-bedroom. Now, when you look at that value of the asset, Mhlanga, because we had allocated some of these properties, chairperson, in the past because of we had generals and high-ranking people staying there. So those are things that I've actually had an engagement with SecDef to say, look, there are certain houses and properties we might really want to take where we see value, then real estate management services can actually take those assets out and put them on our letting out strike. We get more money for it instead of giving it to defense and or correctional service where, for instance, they are charged 200 Rand in their pay slip, yet public works must pay all the holding cost. Those are all the issues that we need to look at. The issue of myself not attending the portfolio committee, maybe let me apologize, Chair, if my apologies would have not been registered properly. I think when I was in France, I could not be in the portfolio committee. That's one particular instance I remember. And the other instance, I might have been sick. So I think I will try by all means, if I'm not in, there must be an acting DG who should actually come and act in respect so that at least we don't actually find ourselves in this particular area, Chair, where, for instance, the portfolio committee feels disrespected and all. I think, Mr. Kama, you've really touched the nerve. You really have actually answered all the questions. Where is National Treasury? You know, that's basically the answer for all the questions that the portfolio committee, not saying that we not have to do our work. We're really going to really make sure that this is done. I think I want to highlight by saying, although it's not part of this meeting, Chairperson, SOEs, they have the luxury of getting bailouts. They do. And we don't. We don't get bailouts. We need to work on the baseline that have been given. And certainly, it's very difficult. I must say that the National Treasury Chair, I want to really emphasize to you, specifically to assist us in respect of that. Honorable Reddy, don't kill the cow and the goose. I think you read my mind there. I mean, these properties are also a collateral to the state. However, there are certain ones that we really need to dispose. obviously using a particular process that must be proper and open. And how do we then ensure that this, as we do this, Honorable Kobe, is not done in a manner that's going to result in corrupt activity? What sort of strategies do we have to deal with this particular area? I think the good thing is that there's PFMA and there's procurement rules or regulations that we follow, and the procurement process, which I think is transparent in government, because we actually advertise, people respond. And if you object, you write and say you object, to give your reasons. It gets actually, and if you fail, then we go to court, you stop it. So there's always strategies around there. But however, I think in this case, in our case, Mrs. Band and them, they will indicate as they move forward to this committee and account to this committee around specific. And also would really say that we also have an open line, presidential hotline, where people can tell the department and all of us who are responsible to say there's a corruption there, and please give that information forward. We can be able to deal with those issues. The issue of Guatemala Police Station, I think Bato is here. He took the notes. I think we're happy that the municipality has offered the land, and we will look at the feasibility of that happening, and then making sure that obviously General Masemula has got to agree with this and give us money to do it. So I think we don't have a problem with that. And then Honorable Nkosi, you are the last one before the chair. I think I really want to indicate that we will always push to support the portfolio committee in all the questions that they raise. I think it's not like we don't read what the resolutions are. I think Honorable Bath, I think before he closed, he asked if there's going to be resolutions. I think all these resolutions, we really do take them serious. In fact, before we come here, we also have our own caucus as a department. You know, the CFO will tell you, sit, CFO, lendo isho lana ndo right or not. So, last time, let's, you know, so we always try to do that, because we know this committee is very robust, and they read our look at it. I think the issue of the framework, how do we identify assets? I think the assets that are not used, normally clients will come to us, like the DG of Justice has come to tell me that, DG, I don't want your houses anymore. So if he says that, so the real estate investment, real estate management services, these are the assets that they will take and put it on a letting out strategy where the DGs are coming forward. But some don't come, they just keep quiet, as someone said earlier, that they tend to do things without us. We don't even know if they've actually moved out. So it's a matter of us really doing the monitoring and checking on that. I really like what the researcher raised, and I think maybe to be assisted as well, it will be very important to work close with the researcher, because some of the questions she's raising are very critical. And in fact, I was very happy that and thought that the PSA will answer these questions, but I realized that there was no interest to do so. But certain only 2 questions they wanted to answer. The whole inception of PMTE, I think, is the responsibility of DPSA. They create these things, and they will know the reasons. They will agree, they will disagree, but nevertheless, it's not for this meeting because of time issues. And then the issue, Chair, of the IDT matter. Chairperson, let me reserve my right not to comment on this one, because IDT does not report to the DG. They report to the minister. I think when the minister gets this opportunity, he will explain all these issues as it has been raised by the committee. Chairperson, I think let me maybe, through you, Chair, allow Mrs. Bande to breathe on these issues. I've tried to answer everything. He can breathe a bit on that, and then CFO, including Bato, if there's any need, Chairperson. Unless there's probing questions, then I'll be able to take them on. And just to indicate, Chair, that I'm just about to go and present the readiness for Parliament to the presiding officers, if the Chair will allow me after the finishing of this one. Thank you, Chair.
At least you tried to balance even the other meetings that you were not part, by trying to respond to every member here. But DG, you're going to finish with us. Smand, CFO, and the others, you must follow.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, thanks to the DG, I think he has covered quite a lot. I just want to add a few things, Chair. One is that the asset register is part of our, I will say, call it a module within the ecosystem that we manage. We can arrange that with your permission, we can present the asset register to the committee. And there are issues that, of course, were found by the AG, but there is significant improvement in terms of us reviewing the register and ensuring that the state assets are recorded as such. You must remember, Chair, the asset register that you have differs from the Municipal Property Rights Act, which then impact on the municipal valuation role, which then requires that every 5 years it should be reviewed. We don't have that kind of a legislative mandate that we need to review the asset register, something that we need to consider going forward. There is a digitalization of the asset register that Mr. Mahlangu is currently working on with the CFO and the Office of the Ministry and myself to look into that going forward in the team. We can be glad, Chair, that we can come here and present the immovable asset register of the department. It's a bit a presentation on its own. Chair, you also raised prestige. I just want to highlight a few things, Chair. Some of the budget we incur under prestige. I asked the team recently as to where does the budget, baseline budget come from. The issue CFO will also concur with me that the prestige budget is irrecoverable, which means that the client departments, including Parliament, we don't recover per cost of such expense. So it then falls within the region's budget. And we are currently doing a review. The CFO can confirm that it's totally underfunded. It's a small amount. But if you look at the amount of money we spend on the prestige is huge. The DG is also pushing that we need to set aside funds for that. So the CFO was also, through the DG, through the CFO, the DG was also requiring that we engage National Treasury on the matter. I think there was a letter sent to the DG of Treasury. What we seek to achieve going forward, I think the technical support of the Parliament, the colleague, Ernest, was correct. we seek to review the devolution framework. The reason for that, as he highlighted, were based on the principle of transparency and accountability. And whether that has worked, what model informed that, the reality it has not worked. And the reality that is that it has compounded the challenges that we are faced with, and it has also added to the dereliction of state properties over the period of time. And it will be better because what we did, another quick analysis that we did with CFO was to check each and every department on their appropriation if there is allocation on their baseline for public works. Unfortunately, in some departments, there was no allocation at all on the appropriation.
Can you pause?
Yes.
DG, bayakhulumela. Dear bed to come here and say, I will plead. Ngoba the speaker is waiting for you. Members, let's allow DG to go and present because tomorrow it's SONA. You may be excused, DG. But please answer your phones. When we want you, we want assistance and clarity. Nothing much, we'll want your assistant. Pendula ma phone, DG. Ubonge ne DM. You may proceed.
Thank you, Chair. So when the devolution was done, it then reduced the allocation because I think up to 2006 there was adequate funding for state properties, and from then it was reduced by 50, and that is what we've also discovered. But what I wanted also to raise is that What we did with the CFO, we looked into each department, whether there is an appropriation for public works in their baseline. Quite a lot of departments don't have any budget for public works. So they look around to see what money can be made available. And that is the basis of our challenge. So you cannot sustain an entity which is, by the way, if there is money, we can allocate it to public works. That's the biggest challenge. That's why, at least if the Treasury can directly appropriate this fund in an MTSF directly to public works, and public works can account to each department in terms of their allocation. But that also speaks to what the Honorable Reddy have said, Honorable, but I'm not sure, that each and every department is supposed to develop what is called a custodian user management plan. And we are not, there's none at the moment. We have fire extinguishers. As Honorable Kobe said, she has managed to, through her intervention, secure a land in Guruleni. But it was our letter that we wrote to Guruleni. But of course, the sensitivity came from there. But what then transpired is that the SAPS, they want to put a mobile office park. But all these initiatives are like fire extinguishers. We're running around. So Ernest is correct. Departments need to develop a user management plan that will inform our asset management plan over the period of time, and also our infrastructure rollout plan. So those things are not there. So we need to go back and resuscitate. But I will be honest. I recently reviewed some of the provinces. Only Western Cape I've seen that they've got such, and I think we can emulate it. Then the other one, the 99-year lease that we are proposing. It's not every lease will be 99-year lease. There are different approaches and models that we have put in place. Firstly, the office BOT model and the ROT model. It looks at the value of the investment versus the repayment in terms of the lease. We're looking at 15 to 25 years because we need to understand, if I take my 300 million rand and put it in any money market, the interest that generated will be around 7%. So why must I take my money and invest in property in government? So it should be lucrative, there should be incentives, and they should be attractive for any private sector to come and invest. So there should be some carrots that are made available and attractive to the financial market or to the private sector to come in and invest their money, so that the cost benefit far exceed any other options that are available out there in the market. So that is why we said it's a build, you operate, and then you transfer over a period of time. So it will also be informed by the amortization management or calculation of that particular investment over that period of time. But it should also provide good incentive for investment. Where have we had such models? Currently, we do implement different models out there, but they are not within a forecast strategy. One, we have triple Ps that we've rolled out in Pretoria, and I think the DPSA building is part of that, if I'm not mistaken. But the SARS, I know very well, is part of that. What we're also doing in Northwest at the moment, we've done projects through the build lease solution, where the developer comes in, they build, we appointed them, they come and build from scratch, and then we committed the lease. SASA, yes, in Northwest was that particular model. So there are pockets of models, but they are not structured in an organized approach. And all right, there are a few buildings that we've identified for the program. I think 26 for ROT, 24 BOT, and 12 precincts all over the country. We will be moving with speed to roll out such projects. So basically, I wanted to raise those issues. I think the rest the DTG covered. I will leave some to the CFO. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just cover areas that were not answered. I think the first one, Chair,
is the collection strategy. What is it that we are doing? Chair, we have met these departments, be it correctional services, defense. What come out all the time, they don't have the money where they agree to our claims because they still blame Treasury. So I think, Chair, this was the best opportunity, and we must thank this committee to have extended the invitation to National Treasury because it was meant really to address these issues. Even ourselves, we are struggling to meet National Treasury because they've been telling us that they are busy with the budget. Since last year, the DG even wrote a letter in October requesting an urgent meeting with the Director General of Treasury. So even myself, I'm engaging National Treasury. They told me that after the budget speech, we'll be able to have a session. So, but what we have done, despite all these challenges, the minister has written to the president to bring this matter to the attention of the president. And he has written to the ministers, particularly the defense. There was a meeting last year late with the Minister of Correctional Services, and they are task team that were established to address these issues. But what is key, Chair, you've addressed one of the issues. What legal framework is available for Public Works to force this department, whether Kiama is adequate? There is nothing in Kiama that forces departments to pay. Even under PFMA, there is nothing that forces departments to pay. Perhaps, Chair, you raised also a comment to say why Treasury can't pay directly to the department, which linked back to what the researcher asked. What was the rationale of devolving the budget? Because when you are owning state facilities and you still allow user departments to occupy and pay, is it not the same government? What really game are we playing? Perhaps these are the questions that we need to reflect to say, is this model working? To say, we have the state facility, we charge a client that cannot even prioritize, because when Treasury cuts the budget, if I'm correctional services, my mandate is prisons, is not facilities. Surely the correctional services will focus on their program, not programs of public works. Similarly with defense, we know in the news what is happening to say defense is underfunded. Do you think then defense will prioritize public works? It's not likely, unless really Treasury begin to say, how can we ring fence this budget, whether it comes to us as public works, and ring fence it so that we spend to that specific department. I think for me that's what could be discussed, but the absence of Treasury is what perhaps doesn't make us to move forward. The other question which I thought, let me comment on it, why the rates are different. The rates, I commented what is the average rate that we determine as public works, which is 64 Rand per square meter. But how then the approval happened with Treasury? They assess the affordability of each department. I made an example of defense. They are occupying 25,000 properties. They have a budget of 700 million. So Treasury took that money to fit into these 24,000 properties. That's why you have 9 Rand per square meter, whereas we wanted on average 68 Rand per square meter. So the rate per square meter that was approved by Treasury, it was based on what the client can afford. That's why you have 21 cents per square meter. It was fitting to what the client is affording. Hence, then we need to really reflect to say, is this model working or not? What could be the appropriate model that can address these issues? I think I've covered most of the questions that the DG didn't cover. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. There's one or two questions I would like to respond to. With respect to unfinished projects, we have a dedicated program to address this particular point. And our focus is to restore trust and enhance where we have lacked in the past in terms of oversight, and ensure that these particular projects are completed. We are going to do so in a number of strategies which are currently at play. We have a panel of contractors which is being finalized for grade 6 to 9. This panel of contractors, its purpose is to make sure that if there is any point where a contractor defaults, we're able to immediately put a service on site to continue the work so that the project gets completed. It will be in place soon. I have escalated this matter to the head of PMTE to assist in chasing supply chain to finish this panel of contractors. And it will be completed in a short space of time. The other area which we are focusing on is accountability, that we need to place more towards our consultants. Because most of these projects where a contractor leaves site, we find that the consultant remains behind. And then the same happens over and over. At times, there is a poor management that is happening that is leading towards the contractors leaving the site. And what we are then doing is to make sure that our consultants, we litigate them as well, where they've played a role in terms of poor delivery on site. And I have started doing so with the team, where they are coming up with issues. It is clear where consultants have played a role for poor management. They must also play a role in terms of accountability. There is a big issue around the SAPS projects. Honorable Chair, you indicated that, yes, we have a number of projects that are unfinished, and they are part of this program that we have in place to make sure that they are restored. However, on a project such as Vuwani, where we have put a contractor in place, we are finding ourselves in a situation where we are paying the contractor on a pay-as-you-go basis, where initially we had agreed on a budget that was confirmed by the client. But at the time when we need to now honor payment certificates, every month we need to go to SAPS and ask for money to confirm. And we have a contract with a service provider. We need to pay within 30 days. And those kind of issues have an impact on our performance as Public Works. We're just highlighting it as a concern because we have a planned engagement with this department next week, where we'll be looking at how we appropriate budgets towards committed projects as a priority and fund those first before we can fund any other projects. And those, of course, that are currently in the tender processes. There is also another element around maintenance, which I think it's important to highlight, Chair, that it's indicated in the meeting that there is a lack of maintenance and daily maintenance plans around our facilities. And it all links up to the conversation that we're having on availability of funding. In our situation, it is not ideal. We are pushed to a point where the only mechanism we have is a day-to-day maintenance where we are fixing what is broken. The ideal scenario is that every building has to have a structured maintenance plan where you have a system in place, automated, and you have planned and this day-to-day maintenance together. And I think we need to sit down and go back to the drawing board. Whatever is happening is not working. We have to come up with a plan together with CPM and FM, sit together and see how we can best prioritize the available budgets that we have currently in addressing some of these maintenance challenges. Thank you.
No, thanks. Just as maybe our parting shot is...
Dear, one of your members.
Sorry, Deputy Minister. There's just a few questions that were related to real estate management services that have not yet been answered. On the question of the land parcels or the properties that we have taken out for disposal, as Honorable Bath have said it, they were not necessarily disposed. It's actually 31 properties, and they were put out for long-term leases for revenue generation. So there's the potential developers are not restricted in terms of what they can do with that with those properties. And it can also answer a question from Honorable Gama regarding Reddy regarding the social housing. The developers are free to propose anything as long as whatever they're proposing is in line with the particular municipalities that they are developing in. And that is for long term, not necessarily permanent disposal. And Honorable Dlelanga, you requested to know where these properties are. We have requested properties from throughout the country. So each province will have between 2 and 4 properties maximum that will have been put out on tender for same. And from Honorable Litlape, you asked about how the department is planning to use our state-owned assets vis-a-vis the private leases. It is indeed true that our leasing, over the years, the department has leaned over towards the private leases rather than use of our own properties. We're currently standing at more than 2,000 leases. Almost 50% of those leases are actually for subs, which is our biggest client. But the asset optimization strategy that the head of PMTE was talking about is going to address that systematically. It's not going to happen, obviously, in a short space of time, but the build, operate, and transfer, refurbish, operate, and transfer, and more quicker, the lease to own, because we should not be leasing police stations and courts, and we understand that. You also raised the issue of towers that are in private land. So how the clients, especially defense and subs, get to determine where the towers supposed to be, it's their own process, and they guide us. So more often than not, it does fall on privately owned land. We do not necessarily have challenges with those particular landlords, but my understanding was that how the head of PMTE was raising it was that if the budget continues to be cut and we're unable to pay those landlords, then we might experience challenges going forward. Perhaps the issue of expropriation will then come into play in the future, Honorable Letlape. But for now, we don't necessarily have challenges with the with the communication towers where they are. Ines, you requested for us to confirm whether Rhoda report is actually in use. We are in use of the Rhoda report. When the CFO reports on the average rate per square meter that we're paying to private landlords, the rate is calculated obviously throughout the period of the lease, and the average will also include leases that are new and leases that are old. That tends to skew the picture a little bit, because a lease that is already 6 years old will obviously be at a higher rate, and a lease that is new today will be definitely up on Rhoda report. So that's what we use to determine rates as we move forward. Honorable Gama also asked about land distribution. In terms of our contribution as public works, we do work with human settlements, we work with rural development and land reform, and we release land to them on an annual basis for their specific purposes. And we do, I think the head of PMTE also touched on the on the work that we do with ESCOM, where we actually register reserves, and we have expropriated some of the land that we needed for ESCOM purposes with compensation. I must note that. I think the issue of demand versus supply that was raised by Honorable Bath, we do have space norms that we're using as the Department of Public Works to determine what space we needed. But in this particular instant, my understanding was that there are areas where we simply don't have properties, especially the far-flung areas, where the department must look at different strategies on how do we deliver infrastructure there. So the issue of development of precincts in the rural areas and the triple Ps that we can have a long conversation in terms of where these areas are and what are the plans going forward. But in terms of space and versus what we need, those are the biggest issues. Where Pretoria is concerned, is especially because that is headquarters. So at any given time, you're looking at 20 to 40,000 square meters, and you hardly find a building standing with that kind of space available for the department. Therefore, the various methodologies that we are implementing as a department. Thank you, Chairperson. I think I have covered issues that were left out for real estate management services. Thank you.
No, thanks, Chair and members of the committee. I believe all issues have been covered. So overall, what we can say is that there is a need for the department to review its organizational structure. Because even the departmental organizational structure has not been reviewed since 2016. And it will help to look on how we undertake that together with the department concerned. On the issue at hand, I think I will join those who plead with the committee that there is a need for an engagement with Treasury so that there is allocation of maintenance be allocated, even if it's ring-fenced, it's within the treasurer or it's allocated direct to public works, it's become better. But accountability will be important. I must say that we started during the 6th administration, started a process of engaging direct with ministers to ensure that we develop a common understanding on such issues. We met with so we met with a number of ministers in the 6th administration. I remember we had a good discussion with Minister Mdise, Cele, and a number of them. So I think we still need to also follow on that process, including looking on issues of devolution of powers and allocation. It doesn't happen that if you've got a problem with Home Affairs, with printing IDs, it doesn't mean that you have the right to print IDs. No, it doesn't. So that's why department must focus on their line functions. If we are not performing well, let us be held responsible on that. And I think the approach of saying this unit is not working well, it's correct. And we can't hide that in some cases there are weaknesses even on our side. If you look on the number of buildings and projects that are not completed, you can't be proud. And therefore, those are areas where we must improve. But it doesn't necessarily mean if you've got a problem, then the mandate must be taken to another department. With regard to allocating land to municipalities, I fully concur, but that must follow a policy of the department, the disposal policy of the department. Because once you don't follow the policy, you will have municipalities asking for land all over, and you will not be able to manage the process. So there is a policy on how we allocate land, and financial implications that are involved must always be catered for. I think the presentation on asset optimization detail our approach, and I believe the view of transformation is quite important. We can't hide that in South Africa, the property industry remain untransformed. And it is one thing that we must attend to. I must close by saying I hope that if you happen to meet with Treasury, you will also ask them when are they finalizing regulations that will guide department on the implementation of the Public Procurement Act. Because without those interventions, you will hardly transform the South African economy. We must have set aside. We must be saying in this construction industry, this is set aside for this locality or this constituency, so that people who are at a lower level are competing among themselves. Not that you will find big companies competing even with smaller companies. You will find now a situation where big property companies will venture into student accommodation. And therefore, transformation will be not realized, and it remains a paper dream. So in your engagement with Treasury, I think the issue of Public Procurement Act will also help ukuthi siba engage kuyo. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, DM and your team members. It's time for recommendation. If you have, can I see by show of hands? Can you raise your hand, members? Are you sure, Malebo, I'm passing? Sipo and Mankosi, are you sure? Okay, no, it's fine. In that order, starting from Radi, then we'll jump Mahlangu and Mankosi.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think, thank you for that insight and for the proposals that you've put in place. What we would like to see is, now that we're adopting a different approach to the way we're handling, trying to optimize our revenue streams in the department, what we'd like is some regular reports on progress. So it's not something that you come back to us a year later and, Chair, then we hear then that there's issues. So give us progress reports almost on a monthly basis that can form a standard, could be standard on our agenda on progress. I'm quite interested to see the success of what's being proposed here. Thank you.
Is that your recommendation?
I have other highly political stuff, and then you'll rule me out of order. That's what I'm worried about.
Maybe let me add you to say they are coming back. We have scheduled them for March. But members, we've got 1 or 2 committees that won't sit due to reasons that I gave you. We might also schedule them to come back very early for an asset register and some of the issues. So that's why I'm saying recommendations. Recommendation be specific.
I recommend that we go...
Wait, no one said you must speak. I'm still talking. I'm giving you a guidance here that recommendation, it's us as a committee to say, this is what we want to see. We are recommending that you must do 1, 2, 3 on this day. So it must have timelines, and your time is up. Can I move to the next member? You could not meet what we have requested you to do. There was no recommendation there. Well, I'm moving.
Thank you, Chair. One of the recommendations is that we should use the repositioning to create an entity that will drive transformation in the property development as well as property management structure. That the PMTE ought not to be shy to play in this space and to compete with the growth points and others. You mentioned growth points, so I only use that because I don't know the others. You should not be shy to compete, but also to make sure that the transformational objectives can be met. So for me, that's really the recommendation that one would like to make in line with the support that the DM has also demonstrated. Thank you.
Chair, the recommendation that I'd like is maybe a report of the organization, a breakdown of PMTE in terms of the organizational structure and the personnel. And that would then start to give leeway to the process where PMTE now starts to engage DPSA in terms of finalizing the reconfiguration of what that needs to look like. So in 2 weeks, the report of the organizational structure and a breakdown of the professional technical teams that are within the PMTE space. Maybe another recommendation.
While you are on that, DG, when you responded, you said you only start that process when the minister writes to your minister. Isn't it?
Yes.
Therefore, it means the recommendation must say, minister must write to their minister. It can be 2 weeks. They were explaining a process. In your recommendation, members, be specific and remember how they responded. That thing, that process that you want, Kobe, it needs our minister to write to DPSA and request that process to start. So therefore, the recommendation must go to PMTE to persuade the minister to write to the minister of DPSA.
Thank you for guidance, Chair. Oh, and maybe as a segue, maybe this portfolio can host a summit. Maybe that way we can guarantee the presence of our minister.
Hey, Bukua, about bath, about coitus to Zabo. It's your turn.
Thank you, Chairperson. Firstly, in terms of recommendations, Chair, I think it would be fantastic if you could keep us, if you could keep the committee up to date with the engagements with the Speaker around the issue with non-meeting of the Minister, etc. It'd be nice for us to know what the response is there and what solutions are available. The next recommendation, I would really appreciate if the disposal strategy that's been mentioned, Chair, can be made available to the committee so we can just engage with that framework and that document. Also, what was mentioned, Chair, is the engagements between the Minister's office or the department and the client departments that owe money. I heard that there was a meeting last year with Defence, and I hear that these meetings are going to continue happening as a part of the strategy of the department to reclaim money that's owed to it. If we can maybe as a committee, quarterly maybe, get updates on who you've met with, what the outcomes are, so we can support you guys in getting paid what is outstanding. And then lastly, I just want to say I'm glad that Inez, Chair, got to share, because on page 5 of the research document that we got, it talks to the turnaround strategy of PMTE, and just to find out, there is a strategy. can we, when we meet with PMTE again, get feedback on how far they are with that strategy, what they've achieved, what they haven't, and that way we can then support them in that way as well. Thank you, Chair. That's my recommendations.
In your programs, members, last week we've adopted the first and second quarter. Really look into that. We've got a scheduled date for PMTE to come back. Maybe the other thing is that on the issue of making a follow-up, we are appealing to the team that do advise the minister to make a follow-up with other ministers on this program, because obviously the previous minister, which is currently now the DM, has given us what he did. Our recommendation might be, we are calling on the minister to continue with that program. It's a recommendation from the committee. And I think the team can convey that to the minister or the office, the PLO. Are you getting the recommendation that needs specifically the minister? Please convey that. Honorable Mare.
Thank you, Chair. My recommendation is regarding the vacant pieces of land and that the executive, together with the minister and deputy minister, sit and look at it and properties, and I'm talking specifically about the vacant pockets of land, be offered to the third sphere of government, and they can apply for that, for a specific use that they might use for it, and go forward to that the department could be released from this liability paying tax on pockets of lands that have not been used for 20 years and longer. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. I think the first recommendation is that the committee, we must write to National Treasury as well. And if they can't come here, then we must just, in a letter, we must specify exactly what we want. We must really address the issue of the user charges as well. But I also just want to make it clear that, I don't know, but this committee must take a stand on the fact that National Treasury can consistently reject the invitation of this portfolio committee. It must be discussed at a much higher level than a portfolio committee. But my recommendation would be that the asset register that we are going to get is not an updated one. And maybe we should get an updated asset register so that we don't get a register that tells us that there's a prison somewhere stated elsewhere and is used as something else. So maybe we must also clear the asset register as well and get an updated asset register, not what you know of from 2016, a much more updated one. And for a DPWI to develop a draft plan of state-owned properties that might need maybe major investments for future purposes, to be able to cut on some costs with regards to leases and all of that for departments. I don't know how you're going to structure that. Those are my recommendations.
Can you assist us in switching off Honorable Mare's mic? Members, what Honorable Mare has just made a recommendation. It can't be a recommendation, it's a remark. The DM has responded to that matter with regard to legislation that needs to be reviewed by Treasury. It cannot be just municipalities must be given that authority of land, what. He has responded to it very well. So I want us to be on the same page, even because when we record here, we are recording resolutions where we feel it can be a remark. I'll let you. I'm listening to your recommendation, members. You may proceed.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Although my colleague here has covered some of the recommendations that I intended to make, but anyway, I'll just say them. With regards to the issue of PMTE, if my memory serves me correctly, I don't think we visited PMTE's offices in Pretoria. Oh, in the same building. Oh, okay. All right. But anyway.
PMTE is a directorate within the department. So it means they are housed in the department.
In the department.
In the head office.
Okay.
That's my understanding, unless,
but
Sibande,
okay.
I'm not correct, because you were there when we...
Yes, Chair, we do house DPWI in our building. Thanks, Chair.
Okay. But we didn't go there, am I right? Oh, we were there. Oh.
Remember, we had our PC meeting there, and police joined us there. It was the building of PMTE where they housed DPWI.
Okay, where are their offices? Are they in the same building or?
Yes, the same building.
Oh, okay, okay. Because I wanted to recommend that we pay them a visit, and so that they'll be able to give us an updated asset register. And yeah, we can also go back and get an updated asset register as soon as possible, as soon as next month. I'd appreciate if we can have that. And also on the issue of National Treasury, I would recommend that perhaps before we meet them, we must have like a special meeting whereby we will talk amongst ourselves and know exactly what we want to achieve when we meet them. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Given that we received this presentation from the PMT, want to recommend as follows. The first issue is that on a quarterly basis, the minister must give us details and plans on how he is implementing Expropriation Act. That's the first one. The second one is on the letter. Your office, mandated by this portfolio committee, must write a letter to Speaker raising the issue of the non-availability or refusal of treasurer when invited by the portfolio committee to attend the meeting. The third one is that the department, in this case PMT, in the next engagement must give us a progress report on the following areas. The issue of the land parcels that they've called for proposal, and on the other side, the issue of the framework on the asset optimization strategy. Thank you so much, Chair.
Secretariat, I don't think they'll agree, or it will be proper for us to say it's a refusal, because they always give an apology. Let's rephrase it and put it in a better way. Refusal is when they say ha, but they give an apology. They are polite, but they are not coming. So it will be unfair for us to write refusal. Maybe you must just put it in a different way. Gelanga, rethink about it. Let me give you a second chance.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your guidance. No, I think in the main, because on the discussions, the elephant in the room stays with National Treasury. And now let's put it, the non-attendance. Thank you so much.
Thank you, honorable members, and we'll also want to extend our gratitude to the two DMs and their team to avail themselves. It's not easy. You can see, mostly or normally, you are used to meetings that start at 10, then end at 1. Now it's 2:45, somewhere there. And you can feel, or there are even some follow-up that members felt they are just tired. Your issues are broad and are too much. I want to make a recommendation. DM, while you'll be, because you came, you spoke for the DG, to avail himself and the team led by Svande to come back in the next 2 weeks, because we are anticipating that there's one meeting that won't take place. It's either in the second week from now on Wednesday, so that you come back with the asset register and few number of things that members have raised, that you'll come and appraise them. Possibly, we don't want to put it direct. It might be on the 26th, but we are saying in the next 2 weeks or so, very soon, beside their normal arrangement, or as we programmed, they were scheduled to come in March, but we are saying you're going to be frequent. You must avail yourself. But we want to take this opportunity to appreciate, and also I want to applaud the lady behind. You know, your team, DM, it's composed of male DDGs. In front here, I was checking, it's only DPSA that has outsmart you to have a woman on as a DG. But your team, those who were responding, were males. But she had to take a space. And I want to say bravo.
Apologies, Chair. We just apologized that the Chair requested that they come. He requested only males to come in front. We are apologizing for that. We do have, I think there are 4 DDGs who are female in the department. It just happened at the Chair. He organized a Bosibande Nostole and Ubatu, what abeze pambili. Our apologies for that.
On that one, I accept, but I want to appreciate him, Bokot, or she could not stand and say, only male will speak. Yeah, I've got a role, and we really want to appreciate your time. You can be excused, even though Lwazi Mahlangu did not say anything. I'm not sure why he was here, because he just flew from Pretoria to here, and nothing, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, but go well. Tata. We are pure. When are you finished with us? Every day. DM will wait for you outside. The next item, honorable members, you have it in your... while you are leaving, do it peacefully and silent. Mzala, office of the minister, you remain. You finish with us. Honorable members, the next item is the minute of the previous meeting. You received it in your emails. Ningai mosh. There's no lunch. Lunch, you make it for yourselves. You've got those minutes, I believe you read them. We're not going to request Unola to read those minutes. I'm going to request you to raise, do you have any matters arising on those minutes or rectification by a show of hands? But
Chair, no rectifications, but just to say that just to run a spell check because there were some grammar issues, but nothing serious. Yeah.
can you point those spelling mistakes?
Chair, for the sake of time, I will, yeah. I can run a check and send it to Nola, but yeah, for the sake of time, it'll take too long.
Can I move for the adoption, honorable members? Kobe,
Chair, I move for the adoption of the minutes.
second. Litlape,
I second, Chair, thanks.
do you have any contrary view? In the absence of none, the minutes has been duly adopted. The last item is just to say, Danko, go and make up yourself, ladies. Put a weave. Oh,
Honorable Chair, on a matter of procedural advice regarding the, I know Honorable Dlalanga made a recommendation, or rather a resolution to the committee that we should be writing to the Speaker regarding the non-attendance of either the National Treasury and coupled with the Minister. Well, I guess the Minister's one is a separate issue to what Honorable Dlalanga was talking about. But in the main Rule 167, that is giving general powers to the committee, actually does indicate that the committee has a right to summon anyone, any person, a minister, be it a community member or whoever else, but it says any person to appear before it to give evidence on an oath or affirmation or to produce documents and give briefings. So perhaps, because that's exactly what the response from the Speaker's office will be. So in order for us to not waste time and appear as if we don't understand our rules, so we'd rather follow the rule as it is. If then it comes to a point where National Treasury is still non-responsive. We have in the past experienced the same, and I know other committees are also experiencing the same with the National Treasury, specifically when they have to come and account. So perhaps one of these rules will have to be implemented in that case. And another advice would then be the chairperson may politically engage the minister and get an understanding in terms of why things are not happening as they should be. Thank you, Chair. I'll pause it there. Oh, Chair, before I subside, apologies. One last thing. The following week's meeting, that is a joint meeting with the Portfolio Committee on Basic Education, will be a hybrid setting. It's hybrid because we have petitioners who have to be in the meeting who could not afford to travel to Cape Town, because it is just community members, some of which may not even be working. So we have only opened that hybrid link for those community members. Otherwise, all the committee members will be in the group chamber physically. Thank you, Chair.
so no member will be allowed to join. It's a joint. Remember, basic education also has a say. Mahlangu,
Chair, thanks. It's an announcement.
wait, are you on announcement?
No, on the when we were dealing with this. On, I'm announcing, Chair, that can we have enough food? When we get here, there was no food. At least, unless if the food is reserved for departmental issues, can the issue of food be equal? Because when we get here, the food was finished, and we arrived at the time of the meeting. So can we have enough food next time, or can we specify that this food is not for the officials, it's for us committee members, please?
I think, Shay, I think the other people from the other department took, like, because we have, there's another sitting DTIC, so they also, I think, assumed that. Yeah, they must stand there and men the food say no.
Honorable members, Ustav is listening to you on the issue of the food. she'll try by all means to take care of your food. But I think the same, I echo the same sentiments with Kobe, that there were other PC, so maybe they thought it's theirs. But normally, when we use that area, they've got a table where they put their own. So we might not know but for today, we want to apologize. And indeed, the meeting takes long. But unfortunately, you can't procure for lunch when you did not specify that the meeting is for the whole day. So it's a bit impossible. Honorable Radi.
I don't even believe that this should be a point for discussion, because we're not coming here for food. In fact, if we can do away with the food, I'll be happy. Let's give it to poor people out there. We are not here.
Honorable
I will
members,
not be using
good luck.
taxpayers' money, and I think we are abusing taxpayers' money.
Honorable members, I want to see
Chair-
you tomorrow being beautiful. I believe your suit have been gone to dry clean. Your dresses are ready. Makeup, girls. Then we'll meet tomorrow. We'll be expecting a group photo. I'll try by all means to be better. And the meeting stand adjourned.